I got a funny one for you. Okay, here, look at this.
With what we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected. We obviously don't know yet. And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it. You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a fucking horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. So fucking disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. Shit, dude. I just, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you.
We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue, and therefore is not virtue. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We aren't better because we want to be.
It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you. Never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me think down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you. Never thank you enough.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like.
Jojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, yeah, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red-eye penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
walking on the floor of this site, no one protects me. Wanna show Shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna exit. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does it check me? I was fine, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running with one click, and they got me till I fall. Complaining for bags worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
in the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the Yola, I can taste it.
Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it.
I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got thotties different races. Did my dirt, I had a match, I'm moving faceless.
I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases.
Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the stew,
feel
I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Don't like me, 'cause I'm yeah. Alright, let's go. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never taught it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey, yo, watch this. Got a foreign girl switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work slip. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, 'cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well, I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never taught it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall.
They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path, less travel. One day you reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let them smile, light up the dark. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. They say rock, rock, rock. You say blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. What the fuck? Okay, that's my PTOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
I don't know, but that was.
You asked for this, sir.
I said, what's your favorite anime voice?
Yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, ho. All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. But my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast, like we ship the cargo. If these people keep it real, I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God, can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, ho. let me get the money. I see you bitches acting funny. Can't take nothing from me. Nah, rapping blunts like mummies. Yeah, we freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. That's 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet? How's it going out there? I hope you're doing well and good. I hope you're having a good day, a nice weekend, ready to slander a billionaire with me. Kidding. Well, that's a joke. This is not slander. Going over the facts. Please don't kill me. I get so scared talking about powerful men, but I feel like no one knows about this guy. And asked Elon Musk as the richest man alive. Like no one knows that. But I'm doing pretty good. I'm just late because I was prepping some food. Gotta prep some food, so I'm not just eating like chicken nuggets every day. And I don't feel called out when Hassan says that we are just sitting there complaining, eating our chicken nugget. They're delicious, okay? They're delicious. Unbelievable. This guy. Hassan will yell at us for eating chicken nuggets, but all the man eats is chicken anyway. It's just in a different form. Not better than me. Okay? Okay? Look, listen. My chicken nuggets are gluten-free. So. What now? What now? Wait, he eats it with rice. Wait. Keck, wait. Well. Anyway, I'm on my Hackerman's research exposing Billionaire arc. I've always wanted to do Billionaire watch. I should put that in the title. Watch. I don't know if I need a better name for that. Like Hogwatch, but Billionaire watch, but what's a more derogatory name for a billionaire? I can't even think of any. Like, there's ones for like rich people, but not specifically billionaires. Gotta be something. Moneybags watch. Well, that sounds like pocket watching. Fat cat watch. Yeah, I don't love that. Slur for rich people. 1%er watch. 1%er watch. Apparently, according to Elon Musk, the word billionaire alone is enough to be a pejorative. Interesting. Baron. That doesn't sound like a slur at all. Plutocrat. What does that mean? Plutocrat. A person whose power derives from their wealth. Sure. Plutocrat watch. Doesn't really come off the tongue. Bourgeoisie watch. Wait, I kind of like that. Bourgeoisie watch. Not bad. That's not bad. Gotta be something more, but what AI has to say about it. Haiku. Minted. Better. Oh yeah, they can't do a derogatory thing. Bougie watch? Oh. We'll workshop it. Do like bourgeois watch. A bourgeoisie watch? Just billionaire watch. Mogul watch? I want it to sound like I'm just slandering Ludwig. Alright, I'm tweeting this. $1 for Bill. And tweet. We'll see what Twitter has to offer me. Certainly something good, and not just Elon Musk whining. Imagine that's the tweet that blows up and he sees. Oh god. Alright. Well, get into it. I guess, oh yeah, I can talk about my food prep. I made some potatoes. That's all I had time to do today. But I'm gonna make like a little fruit salad. There's like watermelon, honeydew. I accidentally ate all the strawberries. But I can put some apple in there. I just can't put too much because then it will like brown. I can put lemon, but I don't just... Your taste, you know? I'll probably just make a small one because I don't want it to go bad. But what else? What else? Have chicken. I'm gonna make pitas, I think. Also like chicken stir fry with potatoes. That's gonna be good. I don't know if maybe potatoes or rice. I have steaks. One I'm just gonna have like regular, and then the other I'm gonna do probably another stir fry. Oh yeah, I have like a bunch of veggies. Succotash, like squash and tomatoes and corn, with like cheese. Pretty good, pretty good. I also got broccoli just to have with the steak. Oh yeah, a bunch of salad stuff. Good, good. You know who doesn't have to worry about food prep? Motherfucker. Where do I start? Where do I start? I guess this. I didn't have that much time to pull up stuff beforehand, but got this. The richest men's list from Forbes. Good old Forbes. Blazing the dicks of billionaires since what? 1900 or whatever. Half the list is poorer than a year ago. I don't know if that's true. I mean, Musk definitely, because of Twitter. I don't think it's making money still. Can't imagine that it is. Yeah. So, Bernard Arnault, head of luxury goods giant LVMH, which takes his place as the world's richest person, marking for the first time a citizen of France ranking. Boo! Boo! America has to be number one. Kidding. I mean, theoretically, God. Minecraft. The US still has the most billionaire. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Okay, so this guy. Wealth history. He had 72 billion in 2018, which is insane. 2020, 76 billion. 2021, all of a sudden, $150 billion. How the fuck? What? I need to figure out what happened there. Exactly. Because, from what I can tell, he owns a bunch of luxury brands and cosmetics. Some alcohol, but it's like fucking what's it called? Chandon and it's such rich people shit. I forget what it's even called. I have it pulled up. What's the fancy champagne? Moet. And Hennessy, I guess. Maybe it was just all the Hennessy. I don't know. We'll have to, like, find an article about that, because that's crazy. And then he's just gotten richer since. So, 2021, 150, and then this year he has $211 billion. The fuck are you gonna do with all that goddamn money? What are you gonna do, sir? What do you plan on doing with that money? What could you possibly do? Oh, it's so fucking unfathomable. So, Elon Musk is down to 180 billion. Jeff Bezos, 114 billion. Larry Ellison, 107. I'm not familiar with him. He did, what was it? Damn, I forgot. I was just looking it up real quick. I already completely forgot. Oracle. Computer technology company headquartered in Austin. Third largest software company in the world by revenue and market cap. What do they do? I think it's like software, database software and technology. Yeah. Interesting. Warren Buffett, 106, Bill Gates, 104, Michael Bloomberg, 94.5. Carlos Slim Ilu? Are you there? Business magnate, investor, and philanthropist. God. Shut up. What do you do? What do you do? Number of Mexican companies through his conglomerate. Bo Carson. Bo Carson. Energy, oil, gas, and electric. Oh. An oil guy. And gas and electric. Gotcha. Gotcha. Mukesh, Ambani? Palmer. Works at Microsoft? I guess? Oh, it had Oracle right there. Oh man, I'm dumb. Okay. Alright, so now we're gonna look into LVMH. Hold on, I need to have a notepad or anything. Yeah, okay. So I think that's a good place to start. It's just like richest guys. Why? And why? I mean, that is kind of a bigger question. All of these charts, dude, okay. I wasn't even looking at the charts. Every single one of them got richer in the pandemic. Balmer, Ambani, Hulu, Bloomberg. They all got richer. They all got richer, dude. Fucking nuts. Every single one of them. Dude, that makes me so mad. Oh. Bunch of sick fucks. You sick fucks. I hate every single one of you. It's like exponential growth for all of them. It's insane. Like, even Elon Musk, who is down this year, what? 40 billion just from the Twitter thing? Insane. Unbelievable. Pandemic gains. We're gonna look into that. And what the fuck? This is gonna be a long ass essay. Fuck. Okay. Okay. I guess we can look into LVMH. LVMH and Maisons. Oh, Maison. They call it Maison. But that, yeah, it's their houses or brands. LVMH is 75 distinct houses, 6 different sectors. To tradition, each of our brands builds on special legacy while keeping an unwavering focus on of its products. Who is it? You can tell it's like luxury ass brands. It's so annoying. God, I hate them. Just the most annoying type of people are their clients and customers. So they do wine and spirits, fashion and leather, perfumes and cosmetics, watches and jewelry, selective retailing, and other whatever the fuck that means. LVMH, Moet, Hennessy, Louis Vuitton. Oh, that's what it stands for. I didn't know it stood for something. Wait, why is it backwards? Okay, so it stands for Louis Vuitton, Moet, Hennessy. A French multinational holding conglomerate specializing in luxury goods headquartered in Paris, formed in 1987 through the merger of fashion house Louis Vuitton, founded in 1984 with Moet Hennessy, established following the 1971 merger. Champagne product Moet and Chandon, founded in, and the cognac producer Hennessy. 5. I want to know more about that merger. I want to know more about both of those. Okay. No. N'existe pas. No. No. Well, fuck. This is gonna be difficult to research because, the French thing. I know some, but not enough. Not enough to be on Google.fr. 2023, with a valuation of 500 billion, LVMH became the most valuable company in Europe. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. That's really crazy. What the fuck? Oh, I need one. Okay. LVMH controls around subsidiaries that manage 75% of brands. Vuitton, Christian Dior, Fendi, Marc Jacobs, Stella McCartney, You, Loro Piana, Kenzo, Celine, Sephora, That's Yachts, Tag Heuer, and Bulgari. The subsidiaries are often under the umbrellas of 6 branches: fashion group, wines and spirits, cosmetics, watches and jewelry, like artistic. Yeah. There's like 7 whole ass branches. I mean 6. LVMH owns Le Parisien Group. Its media subsidiary. It has a media group. Oh, okay, that is what's over here. I have a tab about that. All right. The wine estate Chateau de... Fuck me. Fucking French. Chateau de Yquem. The fuck? Like weirder than most French things I've seen. I need this. have Can I just say it?
Château d'Yquem. Château d'Yquem.
Kim. I wasn't that far off. Okay. Whose origins date back to 1593 is under the LVM ownership. Bernard Arnault is CEO of it. The 1980s, French investor Bernard Arnault had the idea to create a group of luxury brands. He worked with Alain Chevalier, CEO of Moet Hennessy, and Henry Roxamier, president of Louis Vuitton, to form LVMH. Their successful integration of various famous aspirational brands into a single group inspired other luxury companies to do the same. Thus, the French conglomerate Kering and Richemont have also extended portfolios of luxury brands. LVMH is a component of the Euro Stoxx 50 stock market index. That's so fucking maddening. He's the richest guy alive, and neither of these companies were his company. He just got them together. God damn it, dude. Okay. Okay, bro. Oh. Makeup Forever was established in 1984 and was acquired by LVMH in 1999. 1984, brother! On 7 March 2011, LVMH announced the acquisition of the 50.4% family-owned shares of the Italian jeweler Bulgari, and their intention to make a tender offer. Press, which was publicly owned. The transaction was about $5.2 billion. Wait, what the fuck? It's worth $500 billion. It's worth $500 billion now. Oh, this was just for Bulgari. Okay. But still, Jesus Christ. It's crazy. They own Tiffany as well, and they own De Beers. De Beers? Yeah, the diamond guys. El Capital Asia. Okay. Clothing brand. Yay. Italian fashion. Yes, Christian Dior. Wow, so it really acquired most of its brands like in the last like 10 years. Like it started with just LVMH. Let's see. And then like 2011 they started acquiring everything. That's crazy how fucking fast that happened, dude. What the fuck? I wonder what their value was in like 2010. Damn, so he was already number 4 in 2011 before they acquired all this shit, and he was worth 27.5 billion. That's insane. What was it that he's worth? I forget. 208? 211. What the fuck? 2011, he had 27.5 billion. Today, he has 211. That's fucking nuts. How the fuck did he do this? God. He's acquired so much shit. Wait, he owns Fenty? Wait, they launched Fenty. Holy shit. I didn't know that at all. Man, I really thought she, like, did it herself. What? Wait, what? Damn, they only purchased Tiffany jewelry in, 2021. That explains the stonks during the pandemic, but I'm sure there's some other shit. Imagine just like, oh yeah, I'll purchase Tiffany. The whole thing. And he owns a fucking newspaper, dude. Uh, 2007. The largest business newspaper. Great. Great. The guy with the most fucking companies in his conglomerate who, is also just happens to be the richest man alive. Also has the largest business newspaper. That should be fine, right? I don't see any problem with that. Yeah. Whatever. Do whatever. Jesus Christ, these are all the subsidiaries. I haven't heard of most of these, but I think that's like not being French. I'm sure a French person would be able to tell me about these things. There's the big ones that you've heard of: Belvedere, Chandon, Dom Perignon, Hennessy, Moet and Chandon, Veuve Clicquot. I've seen that. Christian Dior, Fendi, Givenchy, Marc Jacobs, Off-White, Stella McCartney, Benefit Cosmetics, Bite Beauty, Fenty, Fresh Beauty. God, dude. Marc Jacobs Beauty, Perfumes, Christian Dior, Sephora. That's a big one. A ton of fucking watch brands, including Tiffany. Oh yeah, this is watches and jewelry. Collective retailing. Sorry. Oh yeah, they have hotel and resorts. Some media company. Plans. Fuck you. Bummer. Okay. Uh-oh. John Galliano's anti-Semitism. On 25 February 2011, Dior announced they had suspended designer John Galliano following his arrest over alleged anti-Semitic tirade at a Paris bar. In France, it is against the law to make anti-Semitic remarks of this. Imagine. Imagine. America, hello? And it can be punished by up to 6. On 1 March 2011, Christian Dior officially they had fired Galliano. Okay. Why is that in? Why is that in? Sebastian Thule. Prada feel described as complicit in sexual harassment and discrimination. Oh, there's sexual harassment at Prada? Shocking. Truly shocking. Corruption. LVMH paid $10 million to settle the claims in Paris to end several criminal investigations. That a former French intelligence guards fight for the company on competitors and others, including on an activist making a film about the billionaire owner. Wait, I said I was scared, but I'm more scared. Wait, heck, wait. Don't kill me. You don't have to kill me. No one's gonna see this. It's fine. That's kind of crazy. Computers allege that the intelligence tactics like an peddling invasion of privacy, leveraging network on behalf of the company. Well, shit. Well, I'm scared. Okay. What's this? This is their mission. I don't really care about this. This is very good and cool. Centralized. Then why is the CEO the richest man alive? That's interesting. Organic growth, vertical integration, creating synergy, gaining savoir-faire, balance across business segments, geography. Looks like such a fucking demon. Why does he look like such a fucking demon? Why do you look like that? Why is he standing like that? Delphine, oh. Works for Couture. At Christian Dior. Curious. Interesting. A little bit of nepotism. Sorry. Sorry, I was just looking for more nepotism. International strategy consultants firm. Deputy Managing Director, Vice President of Louis Vuitton, Chairman and CEO of since February, that's new. She's also on the board of directors. Of course. Of course. So she went from Dior to Louis Vuitton to Dior. Just does whatever she wants, I guess. She's on the ethics committee. She's on the ethics committee. She's on the ethics committee. All right. A section about Delphine Arnault. That's crazy. How many Arnauts we got here? A shit ton. Got Bernard himself. Antoine, Delphine, Dominique. Okay, I guess that's it. As far as we, there might be someone like married it or whatever. We don't know. His name is literally Baloney. President of Procter and Gamble. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, I hate all these guys. Right? Let's look at their brands. 25 houses are all inspired by the same spirit of perfection, shaped by the ongoing quest for innovation they pursue daily. Production and marketing in order to continually strengthen skill and reputation for our brand. Deep shows. Of what? Sure. Sure, bro. These are all the liquor ones. Dom Perignon, Hennessy. Oh, we kind of already went over these. Mercier. Belvedere. Yeah. And the fashion, fucking just, you know, some of the most expensive brands in the world. I haven't heard of a lot of these. But Louis Vuitton, Fendi, Celine, Christian Dior, Givenchy, Marc Jacobs. All the powerhouses of fashion. This is kind of funny too. Wait. Here. Houses with a unique heritage and young brands, exceptional division. Each with their own creation, becomes an object of desire. FedEx. I don't know. Oh yeah, Benefit I've heard of. That's big. Fresh, I've heard of that. That's expensive as fuck. TV. I can't believe they launched it. I didn't know. I really thought she like did it herself. Like, I don't know. how business works. It's gonna be real. Washington Free. So this is crazy. Because they also, yeah, like I said, like they own the diamond company. Oh. Really no conflicts of interest. Really not. Wait, selective retail. So these are just what the fuck is that? For DFF. I'm guessing these are just storefronts in Paris and they'll have a bunch of what is this? Jardin de Action park in the first one. Entirely red. It offers 42 attractions of walks, clothes. Wait, they own this? They own this? Why isn't it public? Is it an amusement park? Interesting. They have it. Okay. Hova, Royal Venlay, Les Echoes, Le Parisien. That's another big one. Yeah. Here. Belmont. Radio Classique. Small block. Luxury travel. Travel org. Different companies. Crazy. What is it? A hotel? What is it? Oh, yeah. Bougie ass hotel. So he has a hotel, a travel agency. What the fuck doesn't he have? Doesn't he have? That's crazy. High-end yacht builder. He doesn't just own yachts. He owns the place that makes the yachts. Wow, I hate this guy more. Everything I learned about it. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna save this tab here. What's happening there? So what was that? Travel, hotel, yacht, attraction, what's it called? Amusement park. Hova. Pets. Pets. Wow. Really owns everything. Oh yeah, the hotel. Of choice, everything funnels up to 10 people, the world's a lie. We're all fighting for a piece of their table scraps, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I expected that much, but it's just crazy how much fucking shit he has. It's really crazy. Like, this was just in his, like, miscellaneous category. Go back. Does wines and spirits, fashion and leather, perfume, cosmetics, watches and jewelry, select retailing, other activity. It's crazy. It's crazy. He owns Tiffany, but he also owns the company that makes, mines the diamond. He owns the company that makes the yachts. He's the guy that all the billionaires pay to get their yachts. It's crazy. Crazy. And he owns media, too. Like fucking Bezos. Accuracy and innovation. Sure. Sure. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to read this or if it's in French. Oh yeah, it's like super French. Maybe Google can translate? Cryptos. Xbox FTX in prison. That's right. Right. What a crazy motherfucker. Still trying to tamper with witnesses. Oh yeah, he also owns the largest financial newspaper in France, which that should be fine. That should be. Oh yeah, right here. Of course. China, suspicions of corruption at the top of the army. Classic. Classic. Crypto millionaire that ended up in pieces. No, I didn't hear about that at all. Was that, what, do you think that's related, or the fuck? Is that what they meant by tampering with witnesses? In a briefcase, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Some American Psycho shit. Yeah, this just looks like your run-of-the-mill neoliberal news. Ici aujourd'hui en France. Ho ho ho. I feel like owning that newspaper shouldn't need disclosure. Yeah, fine. That's fine. What the fuck? Oh my god, they make a women's one. La Parisienne. Oh my god. God. Et vous? Dans ça? But that's all? Wait. And you? That's all? I think? Man, my French is rusty. It is rusty. Oh yeah, he's an art mag too. Like, why? What a... I guess he just likes luxury shit. It's really crazy. Like, he acquired all these companies since, like, 2011, pretty much. Like, LVMH was founded in 84, I think they said. Something like that. And then it was pretty much just LVMH, like, Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy, until, like, 2011, and then they just acquired goddamn everything all of a sudden. Investir. I think this is the financial one. Yeah. They emerged in 2011 and Investir and Le Journal de Finance have strengthened their leading position and created a powerful publication in the weekly stock market and asset management sector. Thanks to the expert advice offered by its editorial board. Expert advice. Expert advice, not insider trading. Investir Le Journal de Finance fast become a reference publication for individuals. Become the latest and best investment. Wait, what? Looking for the latest. Yeah, I mean, if I was an investor, I would probably also look at the insider trading mag. Insider trading weekly. Driven by the service and real-time reactivity value. Reactivity values. Which are part of its DNA. The weekly is also available on tablets and smartphones. Wherever they are, its readers up with the financial any advice from specialists. Editorial. Not a fucking ounce of melanin. Not a goddamn drop. Uh-oh. The high quality work of the journalists on the editorial board allows Le Journal de Finance to offer its readers clear-cut advice and precise recommendations on how to make of the stock market opportunities. The newspaper also provides advices from selected experts, among which the most, I think this translated poorly. Among which the most listened to market commentators. Who the fuck is this guy? We analyze all the economic and financial news in order to learn the best lesson about investment opportunities. We have just one objective, to give readers all the tools necessary to effectively manage their financial or stock market investment. Monnier. His name is Money! Monnier. Francois Monnier. Can't make this shit up. If you're picking up financial newspaper, you know exactly whom it's trying to work for. I mean, sure. It'd be interesting to find out what specifically changed regarding their debts or liabilities at that point in time to allow them to suddenly have so much free capital. True. I mean, that was right after the housing crash and stuff. So, who knows? such a fucking giant project. I don't even know where to start. Honestly. Like, I've only written like 6 bullet points, and like that's gonna take like an hour. This is gonna have to be like a 3-part series. I don't even know how to like go back and analyze that shit. Like, all I know is that in 2011, Bernard Arnault was worth 27 billion, and now he's worth 211 billion. Line went very big. Bigly up. It went up in a big way. I do not know. Alright. I think I saw... Where was it? Second Thought had a thing about the richest guys. Richest dudes. The myth of the self-made billionaire. This is a year old, so it's not like the same numbers, but I'm sure it's roughly. Those are the same numbers to me. I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, what's the point? Like, why do you need that many billions?
This episode...
Big news on Rihanna, the superstar singer and entrepreneur.
Only 9x in 12 years. Yeah, that's fine. Not too big, and mostly the result in major acquisition. Is that not too big? LVMH is worth $500 billion. I'm specifically the fucking, oh my god, my brain. So bad with numbers, dude. The 211 billion that he's worth now, like, that's just Bernard individually. Just the one guy. Just fuckloads, yeah. I do have like a visualization, but I don't know how helpful that is even.
Gaining a new title, Billionaire. Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis joins us with more on the talented media mogul's incredible journey. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Robin. Yeah, this is a great story, a fun one. Women entrepreneurs and founders, business leaders, they are moguls, they are creating businesses, they are disrupting industries, and Rihanna is among...
It's a lot for Bernard, but not for the companies. I mean, I guess. I don't think mergers and acquisitions are generally a good thing.
She can now add billionaire to the top of her titles list.
Here in the United States, we'll often hear stories like these.
Still a fraction of what Tesla's market cap is, or Apple. Companies that have only existed for 2 decades. Wait. Are you sure? What is Tesla's market cap right now?
It's no secret that Americans love to hear about billionaires. You'll find them everywhere. They're on the news, have their own TV shows, movies, and even make their way into elected office. Specifically, we consistently give massive audiences to self-made billionaires. The people who, unlike the aristocrats and monarchs of yore, didn't simply inherit their wealth. In this episode, we're talking about the obsession with so-called self-made billionaires, how misleading that term can be, and everything wrong with the myth of the self-made person. At the heart of every favorable depiction of a billionaire is this idea that they have earned their success and their wealth. The most compelling stories are those of billionaires who, through sheer...
Apple's almost 3 trillion. That's insane. More than Standard Oil. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. I mean, I don't know how much I care about the market cap of the company. I care about the individual guys hoarding all the wealth. If the company is worth that much money, then fine, but pay the workers who generated that revenue. You know what I mean? The CEO isn't earning whatever the fuck I said, $211 billion. Like, you don't earn that. Like, Apple's in the T range? T range? Trillion range. I remember that much, yeah.
Hard work and grit, so we're told, have conquered the American dream and made a better life for themselves, those around them, and our society as a whole. But there are a number of reasons this is simply incorrect. We'll get to exactly how this idea is wrong in a second. But first, we should talk about why the myth of self-made billionaires is such a problem. For starters, vanishingly few people ever become billionaires. In the US, it's around 600 people, or 0.0002% of the population. Perversely, however, the myth of the self-made billionaire tries to trick you into believing that anybody, yes, even you, dear viewer, could one day be just like them.
The way he owns a yacht company. He didn't just buy yachts, he bought the whole company. That makes me so mad.
After all, if they can do it, so can you. You already know how they attempt to sell this falsehood. It's always so incredibly simple. They tell you they started from nothing, that they were once just like you. They too had a 9-to-5 job that they hated. They too had trouble paying their bills. But instead of complaining, they just worked harder. And eventually, after 100-hour work weeks, they were able to lift themselves up by their bootstraps and just look at them now. Here's where the problems start. If they can successfully convince you that 1, they have earned their wealth, and 2, that you can do it too, they can use those 2 assumptions to convince you of some far more nefarious things. For starters, they can convince you to act against your own self-interest, and the interest of the vast majority of Americans.
So many people constantly running defense for billionaires, and I don't understand why. I do not get it. You are not him. You are probably... sorry, not going to be him. You might become a millionaire. That might happen. But, like, you're never going to be Bill Gates.
The most obvious example of this is making it seem like it would be better for everyone if billionaires paid less in taxes. If we just got the government out of the way of these people who have proven to us that they are visionaries, that they alone know how to manage money. To be clear, the ultra-rich already have a good way of avoiding taxes. You can see exactly how they do it in our video, How Billionaires Pay Less in Taxes Than You. But of course that doesn't matter, since they'll always try to lower that number further and further. The more they do, the less money goes towards things that actually affect your day-to-day life. Roads, public services, healthcare, education. The more they keep of the wealth they have no intention of spending in the first place, the worse off we all are. They'll convince you that that might be you someday, that when you're in their shoes, you'll want the same thing. After all, what's the government ever done for you? We'll get to just how much it's done for them. But first, let's get back to the self-made story. In some cases, that story is simply a blatant lie. Take Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. The last decade's favorite billionaire duo loves to weave a compelling...
I don't want to hear it from either of you. I'm gonna smoke, and you're gonna listen. You're gonna listen to JT. He's a smart guy, okay?
story of their 100% American-made success. Jeff Bezos likes to tell this story of a young guy who built a strong work ethic at his McDonald's job. He loves to emphasize how it was his hard work that eventually landed him a spot at Princeton, then on Wall Street, and finally pushed him to one day risk it all on the crazy idea of selling books on the internet. His story reaches a dramatic pause when he starts Amazon out of a garage with nothing but a dream, and it resumes satisfyingly when his company becomes the internet giant it is today. Elon Musk tells a very similar story, that of an industrious kid, bullied for being too nerdy and into science fiction, who climbed out of adversity and overcame the all-too-common American hurdles of student loan debt and people
a measure of market confidence, but banks consider it to be a measure of actual value. so will count it as credit able to be borrowed against. Yeah, I mean, you know what I meant. It like the valuation. I don't know. Listen, I don't know economics.
Not believing in him with the sheer ingenuity of his entrepreneurship. These stories are, of course, embellished, and while individual elements of them may not be false, the overall image they're trying to sell you is a lie. Because it wasn't the novelty of Amazon alone that catapulted it to the center of the internet, so much as the absurd head start that an initial $300,000 investment that Jeff's parents gave him. And although Musk likes to play up his version of the everyman story too, his family is most infamously known for his father's ownership of a lucrative emerald mine and role as a property developer in apartheid South Africa. These people didn't start from nothing. It wasn't just hard work. Billionaires never get there alone. They get there in any combination of 3 ways. 1. Family wealth and privilege. 2. Labor exploitation. And 3. Government help. Let's start with number 1. Family wealth and privilege explains the success of a lot of the billionaires that sit at the top of our social hierarchy. We've already seen how much of a role family wealth played in the success of even the quote self-made celebrity billionaires like Musk and Bezos. So it should come as no surprise that the great majority of billionaires have similarly favorable advantages. The racial and gender makeup of the billionaire class is not an accident. It is no surprise then that the people who face the fewest societal hurdles, white men, overwhelmingly dominate the Forbes rankings, while women and people from racial minority groups only make up a fraction. But privilege doesn't explain every single billionaire's climb to the top. Exploitation, however, does. What do we mean when we say exploitation? Those familiar with Marxist literature will already know that exploitation is the expropriation of surplus value from labor by capital. Okay, but...
Oh my god, I fucking saw Pearl tweeting some shit like, oh, if women are so smart, where's the female Elon Musk? Oh my god. God, it's almost like patriarchy exit. Alleged on the Emerald Mine. Oh my god. Oh my god. It is very curious that there is no paper trail of anyone owning it though, much less the Musk. Do you think that they don't have the power to erase that? You think no one owned it? No one ever owned the mine? Do you think that's the case? Do you think there weren't witnesses who worked there on the mine?
What does that mean? It's actually very simple. According to Marx, society is divided into 2 classes: the owner class, the bourgeoisie, and the working class, the proletariat. I promise I'll make this quick. The owner class, people who own businesses, factories, farms, and so on, offer a deal to the working class: work or starve. As you already know, just about every single one of us takes that deal. So, what do the owner class say? They say that for X amount of hours worked, workers will be paid Y amount of money. In order for that deal to be profitable for the owner class, they need to pay workers less money than the value they actually produce. That difference is what Marx calls surplus value. The money that you make for the company will always be more than the money the business puts back into your hands in the form of a paycheck. Otherwise, it has no money to give the people who own the company, the stakeholders, who may never have even stepped foot on the premises. If you want an idea of just how much value business owners steal from their workers, just look at this Ohio pizza shop, where for one day the owner decided not to siphon off that surplus value and instead put it back into the hands of the workers. The result? Employees made $78 an hour. That's the Marxist definition of exploitation, and every single capitalist business in the world relies on it, whether they want to or not. The most egregious examples, of course, are those we see with billionaires' companies, in which figureheads who no longer work on or only ever held stock in the company walk away with hundreds of millions of dollars a year. But even with a more relaxed definition of exploitation, we see this kind of behavior playing a massive role in billionaires' wealth. You may have recently heard of exploitation occurring in newly minted billionaire Rihanna's Fenty beauty factories, or Beyoncé's Ivy Park sweatshops. It's immediately obvious to us how sweatshop labor...
By the way, LVMH launched Fenty Beauty. I just learned that today. Fun fact. Fun fact. So that makes sense.
Is clearly exploitative when workers, often children, make mere cents for each grueling hour spent in unsafe conditions. Compare that to the billionaire status of those at the top, and it's impossible not to see something deeply wrong and exploitative in the working arrangements they have created. While Rihanna and Beyoncé might be the face of the club this week, they are no more or less culpable than their mega-wealthy peers, those whose less glamorous companies manage to avoid the spotlight. Once again, how does this kind of behavior make a person self-made? That brings us to point number 3, government help. Here, the conservative and libertarian views of the world's billionaires are the most evidently hypocritical. Elon Musk is probably one of the biggest offenders, so let's come back to him for a second. Musk often talks about the government in very disfavorable terms. He regularly decries government regulation, does everything he can to avoid taxation, and fiercely defends the belief that markets should be free. That said, the billionaire's companies, SpaceX, Tesla, and Solar City, would have no hope of existing.
Subsidized. They're subsidized! Like, oh, if you don't want to be regulated, then, give back that fucking government cheese, my guy. Curious? Curious how you don't want to pay taxes, but you will take the tax money. Interesting. Interesting choice. It's an interesting rabbit hole to find out how few fingerprints there are. The entire story, yeah. Yeah, that doesn't shock me at all.
Without the government's absurd $4.9 billion in loans and tax breaks. We're using Musk as a flagrant example here, but the nature of our current economy is that throughout the entirety of the chain of production, government subsidies are granted from public money only for the profits to be privatized by people who hoard wealth at a level we haven't seen since the Gilded Age. Pharmaceutical research is another classic example of this phenomenon, where large amounts of government funds produce the innovations needed for life-saving medication, only to eventually be appropriated by the private sector, where profits stay squarely within the hands.
Oh, I thought this was before the pandemic. It was during.
Of a few executives who jack up prices and strand countless Americans without access to the healthcare they need. This is not the vision free market proponents are selling us, where their ludicrous profits are justified by all the risks that innovation entails. In reality, they benefit from the largest public money safety nets in our society. Billionaires receive the government help most analogous to socialism of anyone, but fiercely get in the way of the rest of us enjoying the same privileges so that they can pocket more money than entire nations. No billionaire has ever gotten to their status by ethical means, and to revere them as icons of self-made success is to give them a pass for their selfish, parasitic behavior. We can dream of success without them. We can achieve greatness without them. We can let go of the myth of self-made billionaires. Imagine for a moment a world without billionaires. Imagine that world where you could actually get the full value of your work, like those pizza shop workers with their $78 an hour wage. How much less stressful would your life become? How much more pleasant and fair would it all be were it not for someone at the top hoarding far more than their share? Hundreds of millions of lives would be improved in an instant. At the end of the day, we produce enough for everyone. Let's stop pretending it makes sense for so much of it to be in the hands of so few people. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this kind of content is made possible by my patrons on Patreon. When I decided to make the shift from general interest stuff to more radical political content, I knew I ran the risk of sinking my channel and losing my ad revenue and sponsors. These days, it's pretty hard to get a sponsor on my videos. I have one reliable one, and they're great, but for the most part, I'm having to rely on the generous support of viewers like you. If you appreciate—
Do a support. The capitalist plug at the end. Yeah. I mean, capitalism isn't when you support a creator individually. I don't think that's like the entirety of capitalism. Conceptualize. Beer funds. I don't know if I will. The motivational music. I don't need it. I'm good, though. Cutie pie. What is this? Yeah, it's 2 years old. It's not that old. Oprah. Girl boss. Jack Ma. The one billionaire who randomly disappeared. Top G. He came back, but... Oh yeah. This guy is way richer now. He's like number 8 on the richest guys list. I forget the exact value. But he's way higher on this list now. See, they separated the Waltons. Why didn't you just put the Walton family together? Because I feel like that would have been way more. See, look, the perspective is so fucking crazy. Like, Sergey Brin here, 77 billion. Jack Ma's, what was it, 60 billion? Doesn't look so much now. I don't know what the scale is. Yeah, Larry Ellison, I think, is number 4 now. That suck. The Arnauts. Yeah, so just 2 years ago, he was worth 155. 211 now. $211 billion. Yeah, the pandemic has just made them all much richer. It's so fucked, dude. It's so fucked. God. The worst guys.
$1 billion, the French businessman Bernard Arnault. With a net worth of $200 billion, the French businessman Bernard Arnault is the richest man in Europe and the second richest man in the world, although the position on the top spot changes every few weeks based on the erratic moves of Tesla's share price. Arnault is the CEO, chairman, and controlling shareholder of LVMH, the massive luxury conglomerate behind Louis Vuitton, Fendi, Celine, Bulgari, Hennessy, and 70 other brands. With such a powerful portfolio of iconic brands, it's unsurprising that LVMH has attained a $500 billion market cap. And with Arnault owning about 40% of the shares, he has become one of the richest people in the world. But you might be surprised to hear that Arnault is not the founder of LVMH. In fact, he hasn't founded a single fashion company in his life. So how is it possible for him to acquire almost half the shares of a $500 billion company? Arnault amassed his position of wealth and power through a multi-decade-long scheme of financial engineering, anti-competitive business strategies, backstabbing, and exploitation. Join us as we peel back the layers of the onion and see how Bernard Arnault earned the moniker Wolf in Cashmere.
Hate that.
Bernard was born into a wealthy family in France, with his father owning a successful real estate company. After graduating from an elite French university, he started working in the family business, becoming president after his dad retired. In the early 1980s, Bernard moved to New York, hoping to expand the family real estate business into the US. This was during the Reagan era of deregulation, and Wall Street was becoming increasingly sophisticated with its financial engineering. One of the most significant developments of this era was the rise of private equity firms, or corporate raiders as they were called at the time. They would identify publicly traded companies which they viewed as being mismanaged, then proceed to borrow a bunch of money and take the company private via a hostile takeover. They would then replace the entire management team, lay off workers, and liquidate some or all of the business. When done right, this can be extremely lucrative because the investment returns are multiplied by leverage. Arnault was captivated by the obscene amounts of money that America's corporate raiders were making in such a short period of time. It was anathema to the conservative culture of family-run businesses in Europe, where wealth is slowly accumulated over generations. Arnault took his learnings from New York and went back to France. He was dead set on disrupting the sleepy luxury fashion industry.
Classic. Just fucking exported American capitalism on crack and just went back to France. Like, hey, I see a market where extreme wealth hoarding isn't happening. Let's change that. I mean, of course, France, like, has been hoarding wealth, but, like, not on this level. Like I said, we need more slurs for billionaires.
Upon returning to France, Bernard Arnault set his sights on Boussac Saint-Thérèse, a beleaguered conglomerate with operations in clothing manufacturing and retail. The company had recently declared bankruptcy, but nobody wanted to buy it out of bankruptcy court because it was seen as a failed business. With investor interest so low, Arnault was able to buy it for just $60 million. He used $15 million from his family fortune and secured a loan for the remaining $45 million. So why was Arnault willing to buy this failed business that nobody else in France wanted? Armed with what he learned in America, Arnault was able to view Boussac differently from his French peers. Amidst the struggling segments of Boussac's portfolio, there was one sparkling gem, Dior, a prosperous luxury fashion house steeped in rich history. As a standalone company, Dior would be extremely valuable, worth far more than $60 million, but it was being dragged down by the rest of the group. Upon taking control of Boussac, Arnault swiftly implemented his private equity playbook, laying off 9,000 employees and liquidating most of Boussac's assets, except for Dior. With these actions, he turned a bloated, unprofitable conglomerate into a much smaller but profitable company. With the successful acquisition of Dior, Arnault had already established his net worth in the hundreds of millions of dollars, but this was just the beginning of his ambitions. Louis Vuitton was and still is one of the most prestigious luxury brands in France. It was founded by a woodworker named Louis Vuitton in 1854, who made wooden trunks for horse-drawn carriages. Eventually, they expanded to leather handbags and clothing items, which is what it is best known for today. Control of Louis Vuitton was passed down.
Crazy if they started with boxes. I always forget that. Private equity firms behave in such predatory ways. I pretty much walk the map of regulate out of existence. Yeah. Truly. Just constantly expanding the loopholes, the boundaries of legality. The thin white line. Fun.
Through the generations, and in the 1980s, it was run by Henri Racamire, who married into the Vuitton family. One of Racamire's biggest fears was that an outside investor would make a hostile bid to buy out the company. While most shareholders would love to receive a buyout offer at a premium to the current share price, family-run businesses often take a completely different view. They don't care about the financial gain alone. They want to maintain control of their business empire so they can pass it down to future generations. As a standalone company with a relatively small market cap, Louis Vuitton would be a bite-sized target for larger European conglomerates. Racamire came to the conclusion that it was eat or be eaten. The only way he could prevent a larger competitor from acquiring Louis Vuitton was to make Louis Vuitton too big to acquire. He accomplished this by merging with the luxury alcohol company Moet Hennessy to form
the definition of too big to fail.
The combined company LVMH. Moet Hennessy
responsible for every negative association you have with terms like final click. For sure.
is a premium alcohol brand producing expensive champagne and cognac. It was structured as an all-stock merger. The Vuitton, Hennessy, and Moet families would collectively own 51% of the combined company. If they all stuck together, a hostile takeover would be mathematically impossible. Everything appeared to be going smoothly. The combined LVMH company would be too big for an outside company to acquire, allowing control to stay within the Vuitton family. While Racamire thought he was building walls to defend Louis Vuitton from corporate invaders, he had inadvertently let the enemy in through the front door. Before the merger, Moet Hennessy was run by a man named Alan Chevalier. Chevalier and Racamire agreed to a power-sharing arrangement where Racamire would run the fashion side of the business while Chevalier would run the alcohol.
Chevalier? Yeah, I drive a Chevalier.
Alcohol side. This was an
I think it's Chevalier, but Chevalier.
Untenable way to run the combined company because the two men almost immediately had disagreements about the strategic direction of the company. Specifically, Racamire thought that Louis Vuitton was given a back seat compared to the larger alcohol business. Around this time, Racamire gained the acquaintance of Bernard Arnault, who would become a rising star in the luxury industry following his successful takeover of Dior. Given Arnault's success in the fashion industry, Racamire believed he would be a much more suitable business partner than the Hennessy and Moet families. Racamire offered a proposal to Arnault. Using his existing wealth as leverage, Arnault would purchase 25% of LVMH's stock on the open market. Arnault had already amassed a personal fortune of hundreds of millions of dollars as a result of his masterful Dior acquisition. Plus, he had good relations with investment banks who could lend him money as well, so he would have the financial wherewithal to buy 25% of LVMH's shares. With this, the Vuitton family and Arnault combined would own a controlling stake in LVMH. They could then push out the Hennessy and Moet families, allowing the Vuitton and Arnault families to run LVMH together as equals. But Arnault had much bigger ambitions.
Fucking ruthless, dude. I feel like it is going to get much more ruthless.
Instead of sharing power with Racamire, he wanted the whole company to himself, and the infighting between Racamire and Chevalier gave him an opening. Arnault teamed up with the Irish alcohol giant Guinness, and together they bought 24% of LVMH's shares on the open market, for a cost of about $2.6 billion. Guinness was interested in LVMH because they wanted to form a strategic partnership with Moet and Hennessy. Guinness could leverage their existing distribution network in the UK and North America to greatly increase sales of these alcohol brands. Arnault promised Guinness that they could get this strategic partnership, so long as they supported him becoming chairman and CEO of LVMH. In addition to the
Why does he look like such a fucking gremlin?
24% he bought together with Guinness, Bernard bought an additional $1 billion worth of shares on his own, bringing his ownership stake to 43.5%. This made Arnault the single largest shareholder in LVMH, although he didn't quite own a controlling stake. He convinced the Moet and Hennessy families, who collectively owned 18% of the shares, to support him. Having secured more than 50% of the shares to vote in his favor, Arnault was able to kick out Racamire and install himself as chairman and CEO.
I'm still confused about the coalition of LVMH. Why? Like, why? Did Louis Vuitton just want to serve Moet in their stores?
When Arnault took control of LVMH in 1989, it had a market cap of just $5 billion. Today, that value has increased 100-fold to almost $500 billion. So how were they able to achieve such an extraordinary growth rate? Since Arnault took over, the company has been on a non-stop acquisition.
Oh, that's a good chart. Oh, I like that. That's a good one. Gonna have to yoink that. Do a little reverse Google image.
Spree, doing a major acquisition almost every single year. These include the cosmetics retailer Sephora, the watchmaker Tag Heuer, the fur and leather clothing maker Fendi, the jewelry producer Tiffany, and many others. These acquisitions
So many fucking brands. So many fucking brands. Like, why do we just let this happen? I do not understand.
acquisitions are largely responsible for driving LVMH's revenue and share price growth. The cumulative cost of these acquisitions adds up to almost $50 billion, the vast majority of which was paid in cash. So where'd they get this money? They borrowed it. LVMH's debt has been increasing substantially, from about 5 billion euros in 2008 to almost 20 billion euros today. Despite the large amount of leverage, the company has maintained a pristine credit rating, allowing them to issue bonds at very low interest rates. As they acquire rival fashion brands, this increases the group's operating profit. The higher operating profit means they have a greater ability to service debt, so lenders are willing to lend them even more money. They use this to do even more acquisitions and repeat the cycle. Of course, this strategy only works if LVMH can increase the operating profit of the brands they acquire. For example, in 2020 they acquired the American jewelry company Tiffany. Within 2 years of LVMH's ownership, profits doubled. While Tiffany is perhaps an extreme example, they have consistently been able to increase the profits of brands they acquire. There are a few ways they have done this. Firstly, the luxury goods industry as a whole has been growing at a compound annual rate of 6% per year over the past decade. This far exceeds GDP growth, with the majority of the growth coming from China. As the Chinese economy grew, more and more people could afford luxury items, resulting in sales growth across the industry. But this is only part of the story. By acquiring so many brands, LVMH has amassed a tremendous power to set prices and crush their competitors. While China is the most important market for luxury goods today, up until the mid-2000s, the top spot was occupied by Japan. At the time, Japan was the world's second largest economy, and they had a massive upper middle class with the means and desire to purchase luxury products. American and European fashion brands alike were expanding aggressively into the country, and competition was fierce. One of the brands attempting to make inroads in Japan was the leather purse maker.
A pretty easy strategy, write a list of evergreen clients. Your thumbs on how credit and use yeah, it's like an MLM, or I don't know, just a good old con.
Maker Coach. According to Coach, LVMH representatives contacted Japanese department stores and threatened to stop selling them LVMH products if they also sold Coach products. They could either sell LVMH or Coach, but not both. Given the massive number of brands under the LVMH umbrella, most of the department stores chose the French conglomerate. If these allegations were true, this behavior would be blatantly anti-competitive and illegal. In 2005, Coach made an official complaint to the Japan Fair Trade Commission. The commission ultimately ruled in favor of LVMH, as they did not find sufficient evidence of anti-competitive behavior. According to Coach, LVMH stopped its anti-competitive behavior only after they filed the lawsuit. So by the time the commission made its ruling, the offending activity had already been stopped. As an outside observer, it's difficult to tell what actually happened. It's possible that Coach was over-exaggerating their claims against LVMH, but what is indisputable is that LVMH's consolidation of the industry had given them a tremendous amount of market power, and we can see this in the numbers. One of Louis Vuitton's most popular products is their Skibidi bag. They've been selling this bag since 1930, so we can use it as a proxy for how Louis Vuitton has increased its prices over time. According to an analysis by Luxfront, the price of the Skibidi 25 bag in the US has increased from $350 in 1998 to $1,350 in 2022. Adjusted for inflation, the 1998 price is equivalent to about $600 today. In real terms, the price of the bag has more than doubled over the past 20 years. In fact, this actually understates the price increases.
It's the same bag. It's literally the same bag. It's even, like, some people would say made worse now. So that's shitty.
In 2011, they launched the Skibidi B, which is the exact same thing but with a shoulder strap added. This shoulder strap will cost you an additional $300. Only a company with significant market power can do something as ridiculous as charging an extra $300 for a strap. The price increases are not the result of the bag becoming more advanced or increasing in quality. The only difference is that the industry is more consolidated today than it was 20 years ago. Many of Louis
that's right, they have a minority stake in Hermes. Yeah, that's crazy.
Vuitton's competitors are owned by LVMH, allowing the company to strategically limit the quantity produced to achieve higher prices. The benefits of LVMH's market dominance can be seen in their ability to raise prices faster than their competitors. According to an analysis by Deloitte, Louis Vuitton increased its prices in China by 11% in 2020, despite the pandemic. This increase was far higher than competing luxury brands. Now we can start to see the rationale behind all of their acquisitions. By gaining more and more control, LVMH has achieved near monopoly status, allowing them to raise prices, increase profits, and
That's interesting. The Investier acquisition was like one of the first ones back in '93. I bet that probably helped.
acquire even more of their competitors. Of course, generating revenue is only half the battle. Your profits are also determined by how much it costs you to generate that revenue. When people shell out $2,000 for a jacket, they expect the quality to be very high, and producing high-quality products costs a lot of money. For Louis Vuitton and most of LVMH's other premium brands, they manufacture the products in France or Italy. This is a major selling point for consumers. If a bag is handmade in Italy by highly skilled artisans, it reasons to believe its quality will be far higher than mass-produced bags you would find at Walmart. Louis Vuitton posted this video on their official YouTube channel, showing the inner workings of one of their factories in France. It has over 13 million views. This is the side of the supply chain that they want you to see. According to European Union regulations, when a product is made in more than one country, the country of origin is the one where the item underwent the last, substantial, economically justified processing. It appears that LVMH's lawyers spent tremendous efforts finding the bare minimum amount of processing they can do in Italy, and still put on a Made in Italy label. In 2017, The Guardian investigated a contract manufacturer in Romania that made shoes for Louis Vuitton. They would complete everything except for the sole, which was then sent to a factory in Italy to attach the sole. This way, they could put a Made in Italy label even though the majority of the work was done in Romania. The factory building also had no visible logos on the outside, and its managers took great pains to conceal the fact that they were supplying Louis Vuitton. Romania is a far poorer country than Italy, and workers at the factory were paid the equivalent of $300 per month, a fraction of what equivalent Italian workers would
Guess Andrew Tate's not the only one going there for exploitation.
make. When confronted with this information, Bernard Arnault denied that Louis Vuitton makes its shoes in Romania. But eventually, The Guardian gained access to insiders at the Romanian contract manufacturing facility, and confirmed that they are in fact suppliers to Louis Vuitton. One of the most difficult types of clothing to make are hand-embroidered lace dresses such as the one sold by Dior, an LVMH company. For some complex designs, it can take hundreds of hours of labor to produce one dress. Even if you sell the dress for thousands of dollars, this can be prohibitively expensive. According to an investigation by the New York Times, Dior uses contractors based in India who pay their workers the equivalent of a few dollars per day, and offer unsafe working conditions. Now we can see how Bernard Arnault became the world's second richest man. He conducts leveraged buyouts of his competitors, gaining market power and raising prices. He then ships the manufacturing overseas to minimize the costs and thus maximize profits. Higher profits allows him to borrow even more money.
The classic American capitalist playbook. He really took notes.
Rinse and repeat. If you look at LVMH's portfolio of 75 brands, most of them are what you would expect: premium alcohol, leather goods, perfumes, watches, and cosmetics retailers. But the last category seems off. The conglomerate owns a collection of some of France's most popular newspapers. Specifically, they own Les Echos, Investor, and Le Parisien, which collectively have millions of regular readers in France. These newspapers contribute a minuscule amount of revenue, little more than a rounding error compared to the luxury brands. Not only that, but they are also burning cash. In 2022, the parent company had to inject more money into Le Parisien to offset its losses. Why would Bernard Arnault, one of the world's most savvy businessmen, acquire these newspapers which lose money and have nothing to do with the core business? I first thought they might be trying to influence editorial decisions to promote their luxury brands. But this doesn't make any sense. The newspapers that they own are normal newspapers that cover topics about the economy, politics, financial markets, national and world events, etc. They're not fashion magazines.
Normal. Yeah, surely there's nothing in there.
They're just normal newspapers. Also, they only publish in the French language, giving them substantially zero readership abroad. With only 6% of the group's sales coming from France, this wouldn't be enough to move the needle anyway. The rationale for buying these newspapers is not to advertise their fashion brands. It's far more sinister.
Just vanity.
On November 25, 2019, LVMH entered into a definitive agreement to acquire the American jewelry company Tiffany for $16.2 billion. Large acquisitions like this one always take at least a few months to close, as they require shareholder votes and regulatory approval. Within a few months after the deal was announced, the pandemic began, which greatly reduced international tourism, a key source of Tiffany's sales. This caused same-store sales to decline a whopping 44%. LVMH's own sales were declining for the same reason. Arnault was worried about the financial health of the company. Paying $16 billion in cash would stretch their balance sheet thin, at the worst possible time.
I thought the classic American playbook was all that. Plus then blaming foreigners for stealing jobs and instituting government pony up. Hey, it was the manufacturing back door, then changing 5% of the supply chain, calling the same assembly factories local manufacturing. Yeah. Is that not what they did? I mean, that's pretty much what they did. They're like, oh, look, it's made in France, but it's only 5% made in France.
He wanted to pull out of the deal, but because he had already signed a definitive agreement, he was legally obligated to follow through. At the same time, it just so happened that the US and France were in the middle of a trade spat. France had recently proposed a tax on internet companies that would affect US tech giants like Google and Facebook. The US responded by threatening tariffs on French imports, specifically luxury goods. On August 31, 2020, the French Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian sent a letter to Bernard Arnault saying, quote, "The American government has decided to implement an additional customs duty on the import of certain French goods, in particular goods in the luxury sector. France considers these measures legally objectionable. Proposed investments by French companies in sectors that could be subject to such sanctions must be reevaluated in light of this new context. In order to support the steps taken vis-à-vis the American government, you should defer the closing of the pending Tiffany transaction until January 6, 2021. I am sure that you will understand the need to take part in our country's efforts to defend its national interest." Unquote. LVMH put out a press release saying that the French Foreign Affairs Minister sent them a letter directing them to defer their acquisition until after January 6, 2021. Because the acquisition agreement had an expiration date of
January 6th, brother! They were in on it! They were in on it! Wait. I'm putting the red line together. I need to break out the red yarn. I need a corkboard. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What a specific date. Why? Why that day? Tell the union's fault, etc. So delightfully free Reagan and sure, but y'all have upgraded how you do capitalism. Yeah, I guess. I don't think it's that different. I think it can be both anti-worker and anti-foreigner. Like you said, like, people expect it to be made better because it was made in Italy. Like, I don't know. Just racism. And because they're not willing to pay the people in other countries fair wage. Like,
December 31st, 2020, it would not be possible to complete it. LVMH claimed January 6, 2020, Affairs Minister sent them a letter.
I'm still confused about the January 6th thing.
Will understand the need to take part in our country's efforts to defend its national interest, unquote. LVMH put out a press release saying that the French Foreign Affairs Minister sent them a letter directing them to defer their acquisition until after January 6, 2021. Because the acquisition agreement had an expiration date of December 31st, 2020, it would not be possible to complete it. LVMH claimed the situation was out of their control. The French government was forcing them to abandon the merger because of an unrelated trade dispute. The fact that LVMH itself wanted to pull out of the deal anyway was just a lucky coincidence. Analysts were immediately suspicious of the letter. During a press conference, LVMH's CFO was asked point blank whether the company had sought help from the government to block the deal. He replied, quote, "You must be joking. Are you seriously suggesting that we procured the letter? I don't even want to answer that question," unquote.
Are you sure you wouldn't? Why would you even apply that? Why would you even ask me that?
However, this story quickly fell apart.
You don't frame it in those terms so simply and bluntly, but it is inherently saying French or Italian gives you genetic essentialist magic hand sewing fingers, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. It is. Pretty much. Yeah, that.
Responding to questions by French lawmakers, Foreign Minister Drian revealed that he wrote the letter in.
And it's also like, people say the newer bags are bad because they were made in like China or Honduras or whatever the case is, but it's worse also because the materials are worse. They're buying cheaper materials. So, I mean, you can only make it so good.
In response to a query the ministry received from LVMH. This contradicted the conglomerate's claim that the letter was unsolicited. Shortly thereafter, Bloomberg reported that Arnault himself contacted the foreign ministry, asking them to help him pull out of the deal. With LVMH having been exposed, they finally agreed to follow through, although not before Tiffany agreed to a $400 million price cut, representing 2.5% of the purchase price. The Tiffany controversy exposes a troublingly close relationship between Arnault and the French government, with Arnault having been a public supporter of President Emmanuel Macron. Arnault successfully established LVMH as a strategically important company for France, putting him in a position where he can call up high-ranking government officials to help with his legal battles. The fact that he owns 3 of the country's most read newspapers possibly gives him influence over politicians and greater access to government officials. Arnault's
you were just saying it has no effect and you don't know why he did it. Hello?
Control over the news media also has other consequences. In 2016, a left-wing activist and filmmaker named Francois Ruffin produced a documentary film called Merci, Patron, which translates to Thanks, Boss. The documentary interviewed former employees of Boussac Saint-Ferez who were laid off after Arnault took the company over back in the 1980s. Needless to say, it is highly critical of Mr. Arnault and LVMH. Bernard Arnault was not amused. In fact, he was so angry that he banned any of the 3 newspapers that LVMH owned from even mentioning the film. Alright guys, that wraps it up for this video. What do you think about Bernard Arnault?
Wait, what was that about the film? I want to know more about that. This guy's putting me to sleep, so I need to find a different video about this. Apparently he was stalked by him. God, is there a trailer? Dude, there's a trailer.
Elle a eu la plus grosse fortune de France sur le départ. Bernard Arnault, président du groupe LVMH,
Prince's biggest fortune, Bernard Arnault. Oh god, it's so fast. President of LVMH. Oh.
LVMH aurait demandé fin août la nationalité
Applied in
belge.
August for the Belgian citizenship. Enough, these are parasites.
Cet homme n'a qu'un
Man only wants to break up
Une
the
obsession,
company.
c'est de démanteler cette entreprise. Vous avez quand même supprimé
Got what, 8,000 jobs?
Vous m'avez l'air de lui en vouloir
You
un petit
seem
peu.
angry with Bernard
je
Arnault.
lui
Yes,
parce
I
que
am. Tons of girls are out of a job because of
Il y a
him.
plein de filles qui sont au chômage à cause de lui.
Nous, on est des pions.
We're only
On,
pawns.
on a travaillé,
Worked, we
on
got
a été
paid, that's
payé,
it.
c'est tout maintenant. Quand les stars elles chantent, ça n'existe plus.
For him, it's
Pour
over.
lui, c'est fini.
Mais qu'est-ce qui reste de Bernard
What's
Arnault
left of Bernard Arnault here?
Rien,
Nothing.
rien. C'est le regard.
Rien. Rien. Love an old angry French lead. Classic. Look there, nothing.
C'est ça la preuve.
Comment vous faites pour vivre avec 3 euros?
How do you live with 3 euros a day? Don't eat.
Eh ben, on mange pas. Mange pas. Pardon? On mange pas. Eh ben, on va se faire
Well, let's be your
vos
mouthpiece.
porte-paroles. Bonjour. On aurait voulu
Hello, can we go up to the LVMH floor, please?
monter à l'étage de LVMH, s'il vous plaît. Alors, approchez.
Shit. This guy's brave as fuck. Being hypercapitalist in France is really playing in hardcore mode. Yeah. It really is. Especially doing like luxury brands in France. It's all very, very elitist. Like the finest of the fine things. Like no extra lives of the French side if they are done. Yep. Yep. Yep, yep.
Qu'est-ce qu'il va chercher à faire, Robin des Bois?
What does Robin Hood do? Take money from the rich and give it to the poor.
Prendre l'argent et pour le donner aux pauvres.
On va aller leur défoncer la
Let's match up their AGM. Time to stop tiptoeing around.
Oh merde.
Merde. That's shit. Do you work for Bernardo? No? Yes? Wait, was that the guy stalking him? Jesus. The fuck? Just better take one. If you don't pay, I'm coming down to Paris. But we can't give in to blackmail. I've got nothing to lose, have I? Wait, did the film get released? Thanks, boss. Thanks, boss. I wonder if we could watch this. It looks so good. I need dubs. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, I want to watch this. So bad. It's research. Okay? It's research. I want to know more about this filmmaker. God, I'm on such a fucking rabbit hole right now. I haven't even started fun and it's midnight. Francois Ruffin. Francois? Oh, Ruffin. God, is this him? Is this him? I think it is. God. God. Let's go. Oh, wait. Nostradamus. The fuck are you saying about Nostradamus? J'avais tout prédit dans ce livre il y a un. I will predict everything in this book. There is one year. Uh-oh. Well, I'm curious.
Chacun
now.
a le droit aux vacances. C'est pas moi qui le dis.
Vacances. Vacances. I have English. Okay.
Chacun a le droit aux vacances.
Everyone has the right to vacation. It's not me who's saying it, it's the Minister of Transport, Clay Brambon, who, right. Clay Brambon, who adds that in the coming days, a certain number of tariff reduction measures will take place. for all users on trains. It was on the RTL. We questioned the Minister of Transport on our initiative, Holidays for All, with, you know, train tickets at 29 euro with free toll, or at least a round trip with the BAFA for all young people. Good. Therefore, the minister says, yes, it's a good idea. You will have another idea, all the same, to have train tickets, a readable offer, and cheaper. It doesn't change the phase of the Earth or the TER. But we managed to make the government, they come to our field rather than always being forced to fight on their ground, being against the odds. So already that's a small victory. Google Translate has some work to do. I'm just gonna say that. I don't speak good enough French to translate it, so I just know that's not good. I'm missing something. They never did have, like, idioms in there. Okay, so it doesn't look like he does any English content at all. That's unfortunate. It has to be that the Jean, what's Jean? The people? Okay. God. Something should be strong. Conscious be strong. Right. That's no? Fuck. Fuck. Okay, what was the film fucking called? Good Boss? Thanks, boss. Thanks, boss. Wait, why isn't there anything about this here? That's crazy. Literally nothing. Does no one watch French cinema anymore? A skibbity bop. Fuck me. I hate it here. I hate it here. You know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna watch Skibidi Bop. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. I need the first one. Here's the first Skibidi. The fuck moments, indeed. Skibidi season 1 full screen. Season 1? Wait. Is that it? Why? Where are the rest of them? Where are the rest of them? Tiny gaming. Extra far butt. Got him. Got him. Complaint gamey. Yeah, no, I need to get a keyboard. I'll be right back.
What the heck is going
Wait.
on you?
I can't.
Oh, help me, please, somebody.
Skibidi, skibidi, skibidi.
What the heck is going on you?
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
Pages. Wait, who are the best fortune tellers? Doesn't even deserve the hype he gets. Not even a good one. Paul.
You guys, my dad literally just
The
got
octopus.
punched in the face for
Oh,
being a
true.
Trump supporter. Like, that was it. Just for
I'll be
being
right
a
back.
Trump supporter. And I do it again. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. I do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it. Bop, bop, bop. And I do it again. Guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. And I do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. And I do it again.
I'm Marquez. It's you, boy.
And I do it again.
Tonight, we come here to answer a very important question in everybody's mind. Why in the hell are we still doing this? I know there are questions about whether we should gather here tonight because of COVID. Well, they're fully vaccinated and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. How to do that? Just contact your favorite Fox News reporter. We're all here, vaxxed and boosted. This is the first time the president attended this dinner in 6 years. It's understandable. We had a horrible plague, followed by 2 years of COVID. Just imagine if my predecessor came to this dinner this year. Now that would really have been a real coup if that occurred. I'm not really here to roast the GOP. A lot of people say the Republican Party is too extreme, too divisive, too controlled by one person. Ronald Reagan said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear this wall down. Today's Republicans say, tear down Mickey Mouse's house. The Republicans seem to support one fella, some guy named Brandon. He's having a really good year. I'm kind of happy for him. They're fully vaccinated and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. How to do that? Just contact your favorite Fox News reporter. We're all here. Vaxxed and boosted. Fox News, I'm really sorry. Well, why? Your preferred candidate lost the last election. To make it up to you, I'm happy to give my chief of staff to you all so we can tell Sean
85%. God damn.
handed what to say every day. Trevor's great. When I was elected, he did the show and he called me America's new dad. Let me tell you something, pal. I'm flattered anybody would call me a new anything. You're my guy. You've heard me say many times, and here in America, good journalism, good satire about our leaders is quintessentially an American thing. There's not a damn thing this country can do when we stand united and do it together. They're fully vaccinated and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. How to do that? Just contact your favorite Fox News reporter. We're all here. Vaxxed and boosted.
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it today. And all.
Hey.
Documentary film called Merci, Patron, which translates to Thanks Boss. The documentary interviewed former employees of Boussac Saint Ferez, who were laid off after Arnault took the company over back in the 1980s. Needless to say, it is highly critical of Mr. Arnault and LVMH. Bernard Arnault was not amused. In fact, he was so angry that he banned any of the 3 newspapers that LVMH owned from even mentioning the film. Alright guys, that wraps it up for this video.
Yeah, the guy claims he was stalked by one of the Arnault guy. One of his hired guys. Need to know more. Oh. Hey, Oxford Union. Oh, he's probably speaking French.
Person who says that knows that it's completely unrealistic. But it gives her some audience. It's the difference with business. You know, in business you see the result. Politics, well, it can just be ideas, and who knows where these ideas will lead.
Well, we shall see the result. The last question from me before moving on is just that the Financial Times reported recently that you may be interested in acquiring Burberry, and I was just wondering if you could comment on this.
Well, I will be very open. I am not very interested. It's a magnificent company.
Like, sure. Yeah, I'm not really thinking about it.
But it's not on our agenda.
Thank you very much. With that, I will move to questions from the audience, so please raise your hand.
Because of the general mentality. When you open the newspaper, you saw that's really the end. Everybody was depressed. So on one hand, we try to be thinking of the worst, but on the other hand, we are optimistic. I try to be optimistic long term.
Huh? Suck my dick. Bernard. Fucking nerd name. Nerd. Vuitton got humiliated trying to acquire Gucci. Thing. That way says now he's not acquiring Burberry. Doesn't want to show his cards. Successful entrepreneur. Billionaire dick sucker. Straight up cocksucker. No offense to cocksuckers. Goldman Sachs. What is this? Oh, is this his son?
Yeah.
You go there because it was what opens the most doors.
Got it.
So.
And then you went to KKR and McKinsey.
Yeah.
You didn't go to Goldman Sachs?
I did not, no.
Either, both.
Okay, favorite brand, Dior.
Okay.
Favorite product, Chateau d'Yquem, sweet wine.
Good choice. All right. CEO you most admire other than your dad?
David Solomon.
I don't think he's here. So sorry to disappoint you.
No, I think one of my dear friends, Evan Spiegel.
Okay. All right.
My age, we have been sharing
Dear friends.
Very well.
A lot of the same problematics and spent time together.
Last one. In 10 years, I hope to have blank. You can fill it in however you want.
The most successful travel company.
All right. That's a good one. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, is the travel company his son's? Okay, so now I have to make a goddamn fucking family tree and with the companies. That's so fucking annoying. God damn it. Real life Succession. Worth 708 billion. Good lord. Good lord.
He's known as the Wolf in Cashmere. Business mogul Bernard Arnault recently
the Wolf in Cashmere.
Crowned the world's richest man is the CEO of French luxury goods conglomerate LVMH.
He is one of the most important businessmen in the world.
Valued at $708 billion, LVMH's portfolio includes Louis Vuitton, Christian Dior, Celine, Tiffany's, RIMOWA, and Veuve Clicquot Champagne.
Luxury, for me, is how can you create desire?
At 74, Bernard is yet to choose a successor for LVMH CEO. So once a month, he...
How can you create desire? I don't know. Have you ever pleased a woman in your entire life? Maybe you should start there, Bernard.
Reportedly hosts a 90-minute lunch with his 5 children and asks them for advice.
Lunch! It's one of the favourite pastimes in Parisian business circle to watch his children and track their progress with a view to succession.
Delphine, Antoine, Alexandre, Frédéric, and Jean all have plum roles within the LVMH empire.
Delphine, Antoine, Alexandre, Frédéric. They're such French names. Such French names. They all look so French. Yeah. Of course they would all be nepotismed.
And all are vying for their father's favour.
Everything I've done in my life, I've done for my children.
So, who's gonna get le chocolat? The race really started to heat up in January when Bernard made his eldest and only daughter, Delphine, the CEO of Christian Dior.
Christian Dior.
Christian Dior. But those in the know say younger brother Antoine, credited with making Louis Vuitton cool again, is the real frontrunner.
Subconsciously, I was just trying to prepare the grounds for what was about to happen.
And then there's 3 younger half-brothers, Alexandre, Frédéric, and Jean, rumoured to have an advantage because they injected the LVMH brand with some Gen Z street cred. My money is on one of these go-getters. They just need a bowl.
Go-getters. God, why is everyone just sucking their dicks? Why? The Ruthless red. Cashmere. Okay, maybe this will be better.
When you look at the Forbes billionaire list, almost all the men made their money in tech. And then you have a... When you look at the Forbes billionaire list, almost all the men made their money in tech. And then you have a man named Bernard Arnault at number 3 with around $170 billion, trailing right behind Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and often trading places with them. Except Bernard didn't make his fortune in tech. He didn't make his fortune in finance like Warren Buffett, or with some industrial conglomerate like the Indian billionaire at number 10, Mukesh Ambani. No, Bernard made his billions in the world of luxury, everything from fashion, leather goods, jewelry, and high-end spirits. He's the man behind the parent company that owns some of the biggest names in luxury. Louis Vuitton, Dior, Celine, Hennessy, Tiffany & Co, Tag Heuer, Hublot, Sephora, and many more, making him the only top 10 billionaire in luxury, the richest man in Europe, one of only 4 people right now in the elusive Centabillionaires Club, those with over 100 billion, and in 2 instances, Bernard became the richest man in the world for a few hours as his company's stock rose and fell.
Louis Vuitton is by far the largest and #1 luxury brand in the world.
In 2020, his parent company LVMH made over $10.1 billion in profits. That means he's minting $1.1 million every hour, or $19,000 every single minute. By the time you're done watching this video, he would have made around $285,000.
Fuck my life, dude. That's insane. How? Nobody should be able to do that. That's absurd.
During Bernard's rise to the top of the luxury world, he was so ruthless that he earned the nickname the Wolf in Cashmere. Today, Forbes calls him one of the world's ultimate tastemakers.
We're dealing with one of the most successful people in the world, one of the great tastemakers in the world.
So what does it take for a man to rise to the top of the world in a single generation? This is the rise and reign of the Wolf in Cashmere. The $340 billion business of luxury is extremely different from any other business out there like tech. With something like Facebook or Google, your aim is to build something genuinely useful that you charge little or no money for the masses to use. You're playing the game of keeping the masses' attention, and we have an entire video on modern tech monopolies if you want to learn more. But in luxury, the stuff you're selling is not really useful. There's not that much practical value in a $55,000 piece of metal with shiny rocks on it, also known as an iced out watch. Now don't get me wrong, I love watches, but still, there's not that much practical value in a $3,000 Louis Vuitton purse or a $600,000 Lambo. And yet, these luxury brands are still able to convince reasonable, intelligent people to be excited to give.
I mean, bags are useful and they do last a long time. But generally fashion is not. That's not, especially with high-end brands, you are paying for the aesthetic more than the function.
Give them their money every single day. Here's how it works. The world is ran by smart people. If you look at the totem pole of society, it's just smart person on top of smart person trying to convince other people to do what they want them to do.
Opium. It's a meritocracy, sure.
Give me your money, give me your time, give me your power, your vote, in exchange for a product, a job, a handout, and so forth. When you're poor and broke, you are owned by smart people like your boss. Smart people can get broke people to do whatever they want because they're broke and desperate. Your boss gives you money in exchange for your time and you gladly take it. And there's nothing inherently morally wrong about this, it just is what it is. But then, some people are able to make it out of that poor phase into the freedom phase where you're making around 100K a year or more on your own. At this point, you're not owned by your boss, you don't have to rely on smart people because you're not desperate anymore. You're self-reliant, you can do what you want, when you want, etc. At this point, smart people can no longer get at you, but they still
Smart people. I think he means powerful people.
really want to because we're naturally power-hungry creatures. So in order for smart people to convince successful people to do what they want them to do, you have to lure them in with something else. And that something else is luxury goods.
In order to get successful people to do what they want, they have to lure them into something else. And the way they do this is with gold, gems, and coins and fancy things. How do you get a person that you can't control to give you all their power? Well, you convince them you have something that's worthwhile and valuable.
You show off the watches, the jewelry, the fashion, and say this is what success looks like. But in order to look successful, you have to give me your money for it.
You see people buying $400,000 cars, getting giant houses. You see people flying private and showing off their watches. These things have no value. I mean, seriously, they have no value. Go get one. Go get a $45,000 Rolex. See how long it keeps you happy. You have this really smart chimpanzee in the corner who sees that you have this nuclear power core that's super valuable, which is your time, your energy, and your focus, and your ability to generate power and money. He says, how can I get that? And so what he does is he goes and finds some shiny rocks, and he goes and finds a banana and covers the banana in shiny rocks, and then waves it, and then walks around the room saying, oh man, this is, and then all the other chimpanzees go, oh, that's what success looks like. You can probably see this in the likes and people talking about it.
Yeah. Yep, that's exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing.
And people going and obsessing over cars and stuff on the internet. They go, that's what success looks like. And then the monkey goes, oh, no, you can't, I've worked really hard to get this. This is so incredible.
And then all of a sudden, you go from being broke and working for smart people to being free and successful to then slowly getting lured back into working for smart people.
And so what slowly happens is smart people get back in your life and they take control of you again through the banks, finances, credit cards, basically any way they can. You get this big house, you get all these cars, you get all this stuff, and then, oh no, you gotta pay the lawn service, and oh, you gotta pay the pool guy, and then you gotta maintain the house, and you gotta pay your property taxes. The bank needs some extra closing costs, and suddenly you get killed by 1,000 cuts. And what's gonna happen is smart people start going and taking your power all over again.
Except when you're a pleb, at least you knew that you were working for the smart.
Hurting my brain. I'm losing brain cells. They're falling out of my ears as we speak. The critic of that monkey says, you know what would be a better investment? A yacht club when we were bored. Stop. Please stop. God damn it, Keevers. Cut it down. Cut it all down. Is there literally no leftists talking about this guy? None. It's just capitalist cocksuckers. That's all. What the fuck is this? Christ, my algorithm is so fucked up. Motivational video. How he built his empire. $200 billion man. Or worried if I was American. Oh, that's Carlos. Why? I just... That does have really good thumbnails. I will say, great thumbnails. Very goods bubble about to burst. What? The what? God, what the fuck is this? Like gossip rag shit about what the fuck? Lisa and Frédéric Arnault were seen on a romantic date in Paris. Wait. Are they brother and sister?
Paris, known as
I'm sorry, what?
the city of love and friendship, witnessed a delightful rendezvous between K-pop sensation Lisa and high-profile executive Frédéric Arnault. The two VIPs were spotted lunching together, and high-profile friendship witnessed a delightful rendezvous between K-pop sensation Lisa and high-profile executive Frédéric Arnault. The two VIPs were spotted lunching together at the renowned Lulu restaurant, where they enjoyed an afternoon amid the picturesque landscapes of the French capital. Lisa, a member of the internationally acclaimed K-pop group Blackpink, has amassed a massive following for her talent, beauty, and charisma. Frédéric...
Okay, I don't care. I don't really care. Billionaire children audition to take over Louis Vuitton?
Now, we've all watched people auditioning for TV shows, but what if we tell you that one man has been taking auditions?
Non-fungible futures, stop. Stop it. Please stop.
Of his own children to decide on who will inherit his vast business empire. You heard that right. Our next report gets you all the details. Take a look.
He is a 74-year-old man with a vast fashion empire. His company crossed $500 billion in market valuation only recently, becoming the first European firm to cross this milestone. On the back of strong sales in the last 1 year, he's jumped to the top spot in the global billionaire list. No prize for guessing. We're talking about Bernard Arnault, the founder of LVMH, the parent company of popular fashion brand Louis Vuitton. But the world's richest man has a major problem. Who will be the heir to his vast business empire?
How has that not been decided yet?
A report in the Wall Street Journal says that he has decided to take auditions of his 5 children to decide on...
That's so gross. Dude, what? Auditions? For your children?
On his heir. His audition involves a 90-minute private luncheon at a dining room of LVMH's headquarters, where Arnault discusses the business strategies related to his luxury business empire with his children. The 75-year-old billionaire moves around the table and asks for advice on business strategies from his 5 adult children. According to the report, Arnault seeks the opinion of his children on specific managers who've been appointed at the company or whether it is...
That's so weird. You get like one lunch with your dad a month and he's like, all right, this is your audition. Your audition for to be my heir. Make it good.
Is the right time for a shake-up at one of the many brands that LVMH owns. However, we still do not know who's likely to be crowned. Will it be Delphine, Antoine, Alexandre, Frédéric, or John? Bureau Report WION, World is One.
WION is now available in your country. Download the app now. Get all the news on the move.
Je need to look. The luxury genie? A lot of stories about that black pink Lisa chick. Interesting. That was a big story. Like, so many. Why are there so many? Why are they all about... I searched Bernard. God. This is fun. Ah. God, I hate all of these channels. Why can't I have something good? Why can't we have nice things? Nine-figure life. Fuck, I guess I have to watch this brain rot. The only way I'm gonna find out about this guy.
Louis Vuitton is just one of those companies that reminds us of wealth. But what's it like being the owner of the world's biggest luxury goods company? Today, we'll talk about the billionaire lifestyle of LV owner Bernard Arnault. Bernard Arnault was born in France in 1949.
Arnault.
His father was
Arnault.
a manufacturer named Jean-Léon Arnault, who graduated from École Centrale Paris, while his mother, Marie-Joseph Savinel, loved the brand Dior. Bernard received an engineering degree from École Polytechnique in Paris. Back in 1971, he took control of the civil engineering company Ferré Savinel that his father once obtained from his wife's father. Years later, Bernard had changed the direction of his company towards real estate, and also purchased the parent company of Christian Dior itself. Later, in 1987, Bernard finally got the chance to invest in Moet Hennessy Louis Vuitton, or LVMH. Now, Bernard's company owns all kinds of luxury brands that produce some of the most expensive goods in the whole world. Real estates. Owning huge chunks of land just comes naturally with being a multimillionaire. And with
Comes naturally. Oh, it just comes naturally. Oh, when you are minted as a millionaire, they just give you a bunch of land, actually. They just say, wow, sire, you're the new lord of this land. True, it's true.
With a $175 billion plus net worth, Bernard Arnault is no different. It turns out that Bernard silently acquired 5 major properties in the Beverly Hills area between the years 2016 and 2017. According to reports, the 5 places cost about $125 million
Why do you need 5 places in Beverly Hills? Why?
in total, and that's just property. Bernard Arnault likes to spend his days in France, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have several places to go to if he feels like traveling. The multi-billionaire owns almost half of Rodeo Drive. Back in 2016, Bernard dropped almost $32.5 million on a house in one of the best streets of Truesdale Estate. Then, in November 2017, Bernard put $17 million on a mansion atop the Bird
Kleptomaniac.
streets of the Hollywood Hills. But Bernard wasn't done. It took only 2 months to build a $14 million house right next door. Both houses are situated in the front row of the neighborhood that gives stunning views of LA beneath. Bernard also has multiple properties in his home country of France. The most notable one is his huge chateau-style mansion in Saint-Tropez, which has state-of-the-art features such as the amazing outdoor
Saint-Tropez, dude. Oh my god. It's so fucking beautiful. Why can't I have nice things? Why can't I have any oh chateau? God, this makes me so mad. How many properties is that so far? 6?
Door swimming pool. Yacht. Billionaires are not all about their business and corporate activities. Like every other human, they have their own hobbies and passions that they like to fulfill in rather expensive ways.
Not just a yacht company.
Bernard seems to be interested in spending his time on huge luxury yachts. Back in 2008, Bernard got into the yacht business by buying out Princess yachts for 250 million euros. He then invested in Von Lent for almost the same amount, which totaled his investment to $500 million. Along with those two, Bernard has also acquired one of the biggest yachts in the whole world, known as Symphony. It's a 100-meter-plus long yacht that can hold up to 36 passengers. It's been divided into 8 staterooms with a separate area for the crew members. But other than these, Bernard has also been the owner of Amadeus. This super yacht has been priced at $70 million. It was originally built in 1969 for research purposes. The yacht has an icebreaker hull and a huge body. The super yacht has also hosted several big names over the course of the years, including Tony Blair, Boris Johnson, and Bono. Private jets. Multi-billionaires can't be expected to wait for airplanes or fly with passengers that they haven't specifically chosen. Billionaires instead pay millions of dollars to own private jets that they can take anywhere, anytime. Bernard Arnault also has an entire range of airplanes that make his journeys super quick, convenient, and of course, luxurious. He's the owner of a Bombardier Global 7500 with registration FGVMA. The jet is considered to be the world's longest and largest business jets. It can hold up to 19 passengers. The jet has a price of $73 million. Bernard also owns a Bombardier Global 6000 with registration FGVMI. This particular jet was designed back in 2012, and Bernard bought it for $23 million. Private island. Land isn't just limited to huge mansions, hotels, and shopping malls for billionaires.
Oh, no, of course not.
These people have the money to buy out entire islands.
Why isn't this in the property section? Okay.
And they do. Frenchman Bernard Arnault is the proud owner of Indigo Island, a 133-acre island in the Bahamas. He spent an estimated
133 acres. What the fuck?
$35 million on this private island, which gives amazing views of both the hilly terrain and aqua blue ocean it's
You know, to dump all the people who want to make a film about him.
situated on. Luxury hotels. Bernard also owns another luxury asset, and that's luxury hotels. His company, LVMH, is the owner of both Cheval Blanc and Belmont Hotel. Both of these hotels are known for their extravagance and amazing amenities. Cheval Blanc is a huge site with 72 rooms and suites.
So fucking pretty. Ugh.
The hotel also offers luxury spending on stores such as Louis Vuitton and Dior on site. On the other hand, Belmont is an entire luxury hotel chain with sites across 24 countries worldwide. Art collection. Bernard Arnault also seems to be an arts and culture enthusiast, at least from
He's not an enthusiast, dude. It's just a way to park your money. Oh my god, please.
his luxurious art collections. Over the years, the French business tycoon has acquired works of world-renowned artists such as Pablo Picasso, Henry Moore, Yves Klein, and Andy Warhol, just to name a few. These pieces could be well worth millions or even billions, considering how valuable they are. According to reports, Bernard likes to keep his favorite works of art close to him, right in his Paris home. Bernard also launched a competitive program for fine arts school students, who each year win $340,000 to afford them the chance of starting their personal label. Since 2013, this program of his has changed the lives of several talented students. Vacations. And when Bernard's not making money, he's out vacationing. And sometimes he does the two together. He's a wine lover and owns over 10 wine houses. Some of the most famous ones include Moet and Chandon, Hennessy, Chateau de Quim, and Krug. He's such a huge fan of wine that he likes spending his free time at vineyards around the world. His favorite area seems to be Bordeaux, where he controls a beautiful and rustic vineyard known as Chateau Cheval Blanc, along with his friend Albert Frère. He also likes to vacation on his private island along with other places. Donations. Bernard's very brief list of public donations is rather surprising considering the amount of money he has. He doesn't seem to be a big donor and hasn't been mentioned much when it comes to giving back to the
Great thing about private islands is that they're all going to be underwater soon. So, get fucked.
community. One of the notable donations he made was back in 2019. The billionaire gave away a total of $234 million to help with the repair of the Notre Dame in France, which caught fire during the early days of the coronavirus pandemic. Bernard has also donated to the Amazon rainforest cause to help battle wildfire. The sum he's donated amounts to almost $11 million. It's also possible that Bernard makes donations all the time and doesn't reveal them. Who knows how many times he's paid smaller sums to various causes without making it absolutely public, which is why it seems that he's not that big on donations. Nevertheless, Bernard's publicized donations
Yeah, surely he's just doing it in private. He just wanted to be a humble king, surely.
aren't that extravagant compared to some of his fellow billionaires, such as Bill Gates. Bernard Arnault owns a lot of things. That's just a consequence of being crazy rich like him. His list of assets seemingly doesn't end, and with a long list of heirs, it's understandable that he's spending his money on useful assets that'll secure the future of an entire generation. That was it for today's video. Thanks for watching.
I can't believe I haven't found one leftist video about kind of fucked. Kind of fucked. Just all full-on capitalist cocksuckers. The whole time. Thriftonomics, why scams are everywhere. Wait, that's not about that though. I was so hoping. I was too hopeful. Get trillion home. Fuck. Okay. Burned out. The actual fuck with this shit. Like, nobody's talking about this guy on the left at all. He's the richest guy. Like, why is it only like fucking red pill motherfucking assholes grind setting their way to being the next Bernard Arnault? Like, not even some light criticism. Like, nothing. Okay, fashion lover.
Hi. Recently my passion for fashion has been a bit lower than usual. I've currently just been interested in other things a bit more, but I needed to get back into the game and relight my spark. And I think it's been relit. There I was looking at older fashion shows, the glory days. I've been interested in fashion for a long time, but most of it was pretty passively and surface level. The reason for this was, as a teenager, most of the high fashion world that I was exposed to were brands like Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Versace, Dolce & Gabbana, right? This is what I saw rappers and celebrities wearing, and frankly, it didn't really interest me. I just accepted that that's all that fashion had to offer, was this bourgeois fashion. But then I became really interested in fashion when I found out about brands like Vivienne Westwood, Helmut Lang, Maison Margiela, Alexander McQueen. And to be clear, not today's versions of those brands, but the ones of the past. I thought to myself, what happened? Where are all these pioneers gone? What is different today? I started thinking big. What is the biggest difference between fashion today and back then? There are multiple factors, don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, the biggest influence on
He's like 12. How much has changed?
fashion today is not a designer like Martin Margiela or a movement like punk. It's been this fartbag. Bernard Arnault, the CEO and largest shareholder of the largest fashion conglomerate in the world today, LVMH. I usually say H, but it doesn't really roll off the tongue with LVMH, you see, so today I'm going to be an H'er, okay? Bernard currently has the second highest net worth in the world because of his position. He owns 43.5% of the company's shares, which is why he has such a high net worth. See, LVMH is in the luxury goods industry, which is not as valuable as the tech industry, but because he owns so many shares, it makes him super rich, and also means that he has a huge say on everything that goes on in the company, and its 75 brands. Elon Musk, in comparison, only owns 15% of Tesla shares. LVMH owns most of the biggest fashion brands today. In fact, all of the brands that I mentioned falling in love with earlier are owned by some fashion conglomerate. They weren't always, but now they are. And the reason I single out Bernard is because he basically started this oligopoly that exists in the fashion industry today. He bullied fashion brands into either joining his group and giving his company full control and share of profits, or joining another group so that LVMH couldn't have them. I want to talk about the detestable rise of Bernard Arnault and what he's built, because the effects permeate through
He has so much power in so many industries.
everything in fashion today. In my opinion, for the worse. Bernard Arnault, as most billionaires, was born into wealth. His grandfather started a business which his father took over, and then he took over from his father. He was also educated at one of the best science and engineering schools in France. So look, he's obviously a smart guy, but he's also extremely lucky to be born into a comfortable life that allowed him to get that education. Did I mention he took over his father's business at just 25? Think how insane of an opportunity that is, when many people leave university struggling to find an entry-level job. He had a whole business, a small business, as he called it.
It was a small business, only 1,000 people.
It started as a construction company, but he pivoted quickly into real estate. But he wanted more, a business he could scale, a company with French roots and international reach. In 1984, that dream was coming true when Christian Dior, his mummy's favorite brand, was for sale. Its parent, a textile and disposable diaper company called Boussac, had gone bankrupt, and the French government was looking for a buyer. He bought it, and here's what Forbes has to say about the whole event. Arnault put up $15 million of his family's money, and Lazare, an asset management firm that he had connections to, supplied the rest of the $80 million purchase price. And they say anyone can become a billionaire, right? They're good for society. They create more jobs. Wait now. Hold up 1 second, let me finish, okay? At the time, according to reports, he made a pledge to the French government to revive operations and preserve jobs. But instead, he fired 9,000 workers and pocketed $500 million, selling off most of the business. Only 9,000, you say? Critics recoil at his brazenness, which seemed more American than genteel French. He had spent a couple of years in America before this, after France had elected the socialist François Mitterrand for president. So I'm sure he learned a couple things in that capitalist utopia.
I'm giving you 2 seconds to give me the dough, see?
The media later dubbed Arnault the wolf in the Cashmere coat. He had to pay back $60 million of the French government's investment, but he still got to keep the company and the capital that he earned from selling it. I mean, I'll say it, what a huge piece of shit, right? But his degeneracy just kept going. He wanted Dior's perfume division that was, for some reason, owned by LVMH of the time. LVMH was a newly merged company in 1987 by the Louis Vuitton and Moet Hennessy groups that Bernard helped to form and owned many shares in. Luckily for Bernard, there was a major conflict between the brand heads, and this is where the old slimeball slipped in. He teamed up with the Vuitton head in order to oust Moet's chief. But by 1989, again backed by Lazare and using the money he earned from Boussac, Arnault bought up more shares of LVMH and then took complete control of the company after he ousted both heads. That's right, he kicked out the LV boss because they differed on the strategic vision for the company. He was demonized by the Parisian press for how he triumphed only after a high-profile fight in which he leveled against Racamier charges, all unproven, of embezzlement, Nazi collaboration, and ties to the extreme right-wing politician Jean-Marie Le Pen. From here, he became CEO and the largest shareholder of the company. He felt pretty unstoppable, and now had the vision of creating a greater luxury goods group. And looking at the company today, he's succeeded. LVMH owns 75 luxury goods brands. And a lot of the public and press have embraced him for spreading French culture around the globe and making rich people even richer. When it came to further acquisitions, he targeted companies that he deemed undervalued. I don't know the stories behind all of the acquisitions, but Arnault is known for being incapable of doing peaceful commerce. And frankly, I read people calling him socially inept for his bluntness and just disregard for other people.
Small business, only 1,000 people.
He didn't care about how he acquired a brand as long as he got it. He didn't care if the brand wanted to be acquired. If he wanted it, he tried really hard to get it. And two brands that Arnault couldn't get but put up a lengthy fight for were Gucci and Hermes. From 1995, LVMH had been buying shares in the Gucci group discreetly. They weren't upfront about it because they knew that Gucci didn't want to be acquired and under Arnault's control. But by January 1999, LVMH reached 34% ownership and was basically trying to acquire Gucci as they had no other major investors. And despite LVMH owning such a high stake in Gucci, they still weren't allowing LVMH a place on the board. It was quite a dramatic event, and I'll link a good article from the time following the Gucci leaders trying to find any way out. They were basically searching for a white knight to save them from LVMH, but were being constantly rejected. Eventually, Gucci struck a deal with the French financier François Pinault, CEO of PPR, today known as Kering. They had previously been issuing more shares to employees to decrease LVMH's stake, and when François Pinault agreed to buy a large stake in the company, it diluted LVMH's stake to 20%. François Pinault agreed, and it led to a Cold War of sort, and plenty of lawsuits between LVMH, the Gucci boys, and PPR. Eventually, all parties reached an agreement, meaning Bernard knew that he would not be able to acquire Gucci without forking out way more money than he was willing to pay. So LVMH sold their stock and earned $700 million in profit in the meantime from the whole ordeal. PPR then later took complete control of Gucci in 2004, and Tom Ford and Domenico de Soleil left after they had disagreements with PPR. And once PPR got a taste for luxury, they pivoted into the luxury goods market. They started acquiring brands like Balenciaga and Alexander McQueen, and today they're one of LVMH's biggest competitors, although still well behind LVMH's market value. Arnault pulled the same crap on Hermès. In 2010, a document required by French finance law was released by LVMH, revealing that they had acquired a 14.2% stake in Hermès without Hermès' knowledge. Arnault is known for acting fast, and within 72 hours of the document being released, he bought more shares and increased his stake to 17.1%. Hermès made it clear that they did not want him or his company at the ownership table and labeled him as an unwanted interloper. But he didn't care and managed to get up to 23.1% stake in the company. Eventually, though, just to cut a long story short, Hermès won out. LVMH retreated, sold most of their stake, and were also investigated and fined by the French government for their shady practices in acquiring their shares so mysteriously. It's also quite interesting to read about. I didn't know business could be so dramatic. He failed with Gucci and Hermès, but succeeded in acquiring many others, particularly companies that weren't doing that well, so they had no problem being taken over, like Celine and Loewe. He only became interested in Gucci after Domenico de Soleil and Tom Ford transformed Gucci into a global powerhouse. He had been offered the chance to buy Gucci for a cheap sum of $400 million years earlier, but denied, calling the company worth nothing. 5 years later, he was buying shares in it and bid $8.7 billion to acquire it. Classy businessman or a spineless billionaire? You decide. If you ever see any of his cronies talking about him, the likes of Anna Wintour or Karl Lagerfeld, they have nothing more than praise to give him for being a visionary. Because they work, or in Karl's case, they worked for him. He didn't have the vision with Gucci though until they had already proven themselves, and the same goes for Hermès. So what reasons had these companies for not wanting to be acquired?
What a fucking loser, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Him. Really like the most elitist of the elitists.
Acquired by LVMH, probably for the same reasons Alexander McQueen had while working under LVMH at Givenchy. When his first collections were poorly reviewed, he said, "I had no support from the French. I design, they changed the whole thing, and then the press would give me the flack for it. It was a case of too many cooks. Every time I'd be doing what I was doing, they'd have a different idea instead of letting me stick to my path. I was never given that chance." You see, Arnault can't possibly make all of the decisions at all of his houses, so he hired people to instead. He hired people outside of fashion from other conglomerates like Unilever to use their university-taught business tactics to increase profits and meddle at these old fashion houses that traditionally valued beauty and the product over profits. The reason Arnault hired McQueen is because he was impressed by the designer's talent for converting press into commerce. In fact, Hubert de Givenchy originally sold his company to LVMH in 1988, but not to Arnault, to Racamier, the old LV boss. Racamier promised de Givenchy that he could stay at his house for as long as he'd like. And I'm sure you can see where this is going, but 5 years later, after Arnault took control, Arnault sacked him and hired Galliano in his place. I hope that by now you have a good idea about the type of businessman that Bernard Arnault is and what he wants. He's living the capitalist dream and continues to strive for year-on-year growth until he croaks. And after that, he plans to pass the business on to his 5 children, who are heavily invested into the company themselves. So he dreams of an LVMH that never stops growing and continues to grow after he's gone. So I've talked about how he came to success and the competitive environment he created in fashion. Being the biggest industry conglomerate, whatever his company does in an oligopolistic market, others imitate. He's a pretty scummy, selfish businessman who shaped the industry in a major way. Now, I can't say what a world without Bernard Arnault would be, whether for better or for worse. It's not just the fashion industry that's changed and become more commercial, the whole world has. It's just the way that capitalism has progressed. Here are some examples of how fashion has changed over the years in favor of making more money. In the 90s, when LVMH was beginning, I would say that the priority was to keep attention on the brand, and specifically what they did on the runway. This is what got the most eyes. Dior under Galliano was exuberant and attention-seeking, so that they would be guaranteed to make headlines. Whatever they did on the runway was the talk of the world. Celebrities wanted to wear brands to make themselves be associated with the brands. brands. And the head designers of the time were idolized like celebrities, which just added to the brand image. People may say that this was a better time in fashion, and I agree on some cases, but times change and the way people consume media changed, so the brands adapted to make sure that they were still making headlines. Except now, with the advancement of social media, there were easier and cheaper ways to go about this. The suicide of McQueen, alcoholism,
Yeah, they could just hire Emma Chamberlain.
and outbursts of Galliano and Marc Jacobs going to rehab thrice led to designers no longer being idolized, at the conglomerate brands anyway. Celebrities became the celebrities of brands, and now brands were squandering to partner with them and be associated with them. Not that designers being idolized by the brands was a good thing, by the way. It was just done by the brand to increase sales. Clearly, it was hard to handle the pressures of fame while designing collections every 6 months. Oh yeah, the amount of shows have doubled as well. What's an easy way to generate more revenue and grow further? Just make more items. So pre-fall and resort shows became more prominent due to the success seen by the likes of Chanel under Karl Lagerfeld during those seasons that were once not very popular. And as companies introduced more and more demands, many designers spoke out about the pressures. And many brilliant ones just quit fashion altogether, like Anne de Meulemeister, Olivier Tayskens, and arguably Martin Margiela. And let me ask this, is quality really reflected in the thousands of looks that are released every year? Is it all just a cash grab for people with no taste to just buy more? Which in turn fuels the fast fashion industry to
It all kind of blends together for
release more shallow designs as well. If you look at the models of the 90s and 2000s, they were famous and had personality. I know this sounds a bit ridiculous, but they made faces and struck poses on the catwalk. But now they're more like mannequins that are sent on a runway to walk uniformly. Again, influencers are the one who are now paid to wear clothes and give them personality, which in turn makes more money than a model having personality on a runway would. So why ever let a model have that chance? The lack of character makes shows just more boring and removes all the life out of fashion. Clothes look the best in real life in movement, not in a photo on Instagram poorly styled by an influencer. My favorite aspect about fashion is how it is tied to people and real life, but the fakeness of social media removes that from me, and the dullness of models is disappointing. Fashion Roadman made a video 3 years ago about why objectivity has been lost in fashion journalism. Because the fashion conglomerates like LVMH have symbiotic relationships with media conglomerates like Condé Nast. Condé Nast owns Vogue, The New Yorker, GQ, Vanity Fair, and Wired, and many more. The fashion brands pay for advertising with these outlets, so journalists have to play a game of critique and praise, because too much critique means that outlets risk losing advertising. Too much critique would also mean that fashion critics wouldn't be invited to shows or would be giving bad seats in an act of petty revenge. But does the system of basically censoring critics lead to any good? Does it lead to actual criticism that leads to fashion getting better and bullshit behavior being called out? No. It leads to people like Alexander Wang being introduced and welcomed back to fashion because he has influence and makes money. So again, it all comes down to making money. And without actual critique lacks a need for creativity or innovation, pillars that LVMH claim they are based on. Now, I can't say that Bernard Arnault is directly responsible for these changes in fashion, but he symbolizes them. Here's a quote from Arnault. Why are brands like Louis Vuitton and Dior so successful? They have these two aspects which may be contradictory. They are timeless, and they are at the utmost level of modernity. Meaning they have heritage which entices people, but they are also quick to use modern tools if it means greater revenue, even if it's completely hypocritical to the heritage of the brand. Louis Vuitton sued Supreme for copying the LV monogram for a skate graphic. Years later, they saw how popular Supreme and streetwear had become, and they collaborated. So is LVMH a tastemaker, or does it just ride the most profitable trends of the time? If LVMH embraced streetwear in the 90s, it would have been scorned and lost its credibility. But as they saw the rise of it, they hired someone like Kim Jones to integrate aspects of streetwear, so it seems like he was there the whole time. And there's nothing wrong with making money, but when is enough? Look at Arnault's past of ruthless acquisitions. Looks how he constantly expands and buys new brands and produces more and more as he plans to make LV ubiquitous. Look how his net worth doubled from 76 billion in 2020 to 150 billion in 2021. This hasn't come at no cost. Artistic integrity, true creativity and innovation, sustainability, individualism. Do you think that people become fashion designers in order to make huge sums of money? Or do something that they enjoy and create art while making a living? I'm not against designers or artists earning money at all, even earning large amounts of money if they're popular. But when they come to these fashion houses, they're just being exploited, and I honestly don't understand it. I get the access to a large amount of resources, but at what cost? In my opinion, the billionaires and conglomerates of fashion have brainwashed a lot of people. Bright people like Demna and Virgil who decided to go work for them instead of building up and growing their own companies and potentially rival these conglomerates down the line. People go into fashion with the dream of designing for these brands. Fashion journalists want to write for Vogue or GQ. You may have heard how fashion is all about networking, and yeah, it makes sense. By networking, people on the top can filter out anyone who doesn't align with their business. I sure could never get a job at any of these companies if they found out about my YouTube channel. Young people starting out in their respective fields see success as owning a Louis Vuitton bag, when money could be so easily invested elsewhere. The biggest success of the luxury industry is convincing people that they make something of importance. They've set this precedent, and so many people and brands.
Yeah, I think there was that quote from Bernard where he said, I'm very interested in how you can manufacture desire. Literally just manufacturing consent. Manufacturing luxury. Like, an item being luxury is not only about, like, what it's made of, how it's made, what labor went into making it, but also, like, the aesthetics, the vibe.
Brands follow it because it seems like there's no other way. They have the whole world hooked and addicted to their product, and the only way I see out of it is through the younger generations. But that seems impossible because now younger generations are being raised with phones and social media, the addictive devices that have allowed conglomerates and others to grow rapidly out of control. People don't seem to question anything in fashion, including prices. Why does Louis Vuitton charge $3,000 for a handbag? There is no way LV reaches the level of craftsmanship to justify that. In fact, in recent years, the quality of luxury brands have gone down across the board, while prices have gone up. I admit that statement is based on my own empirical evidence. I couldn't find any articles talking about how quality has gone down, but that
Empirical evidence. Anecdotal.
makes sense if you look back on my point about fashion journalism. But from what I've heard through people who have nothing to gain from the likes of LVMH, like Eugene Rapkin of Style Zeitgeist, he claims that the only place left for true luxury quality is Hermes. So thank God LVMH didn't get them, huh? I've touched on a lot of topics all at once here just so I can show you the range of issues that have come from the top's greed. If you come away from anything from this video, it's this. In fashion, it's probably handy just to do this in life, but question everything. Reasonably, that is. I'm not trying to promote anti-vaxxers and flat earthers. But look into stuff. Don't just absorb stuff at face value and take it for what it is. I might be wrong on some things that I've said in this video. I've done my best. I've researched a lot, and I had to draw some of my own conclusions, but I may be wrong. Question LVMH and other high fashion brands in the same way that we question fast fashion brands like H&M on how their clothes are so cheap. Fashion is something that everyone partakes in, and mostly unwillingly, to be honest. People have to wear clothes, and the clothes mean something, so dressing the way that everyone else does and accepting fashion for how it is and how it is presented is the easiest but worst thing to do. In my opinion, clothing is an essential resource like food, shelter, and water, so it should be taken as seriously as those things. It's a tricky one, alright, and I'll end on my own recommendations. I've been finding ways to indulge in and enjoy fashion without social media. Now that may sound hard, and it is, but it's obviously easier to scroll Instagram or mindlessly watch TikTok thinking you're getting smarter and absorbing information when you're not. It just feels like you are. What you are absorbing is advertising and beliefs about what's important from people who just want to control you. I'm starting to sound a bit conspiratorial here, so let me not lose any credibility that I may have. I think YouTube is pretty good in finding info. There are a lot of independent creators, which is quite nice to see. Read news that is from more objective and trustworthy sites like Business of Fashion, or even read subjective news if the people behind it are giving honest opinions, like Eugene Rapkin's Style Zeitgeist. He also has a podcast where he interviews many designers. Be your own person. Fashion is a great form of art. I know a lot of people don't say it's art, it's design, but I think it can be one or both. It depends where you look. And if you want things to change, be the change. Vote with your dollar. Don't just buy whatever. This includes secondhand stuff on marketplaces, because you buying crap for cheap off someone else just enables them to buy more crap for themselves, brand new. That's all I have to preach. I'll let you go now. Thanks for watching. I look forward to reading your comments.
True. That's a good point. It's not like necessarily better to buy it on Poshmark. Like, you're just feeding someone else's unhealthy addiction to buying luxury items. Like yeah. But I don't know. I think it is worth looking into things that are well made, with ethical labor, sustainability, and that will last you a long time. Timeless staples. You can't go wrong. Vintage stuff is always good. Alright. Burnt out on this for now. Let's do a fun thing.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, I'm Rafael.
Is your family from?
Family's from Mexico.
Oh man. Oh shit. Soccer.
With who?
Hi, I'm Junior.
My name is Craig.
Junior, what are you doing here today?
I'm gonna match athletes to their sports.
Do you know anything about sports?
I was a 3-sport high school athlete, so there's a couple sports I might have played out here.
Was good at basketball. I used to coach basketball and I trained basketball players.
On this list is 9 total sports. We have 6 people here today.
Rowing.
What is color guard?
Armored combat. Either they're really hefty in order to use all the gear, or they're really nimble.
Color guard. Is it like a dodgeball thing?
Water polo. If you can't catch water polo with one hand, you are most likely not playing.
Is cheerleading a sport?
What do you think?
I think it's an activity.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you kidding me? Cheerleading is hard as fuck. It's definitely a sport.
Just a unique group of people that could play all sorts of different sports.
Yeah.
All right, hello. Hi, I'm Craig. I'm Richard. Can you say whether or not you did this sport in high school?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. You do the sport today?
I coach.
You coach?
I coach now.
Interesting.
Did it originate, or is it more popular in the United States, or is it more of a
I would say
international
most
thing?
popular in the United States.
Most popular in the
Yeah.
United States.
How long has it been since you've actually been on a team?
I would say about 7 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I've performed since then, for fun.
He said
Perform. Oh, you gave it away. You gave it away. It's the circus guy.
performed. Cheerleading, circus arts, and color guard. Color guard's on there only because I still have no fucking clue what it is. My first thought was 4 teams.
Okay, what is color guard though? What is it? What is it? Oh, the flags. So it's like coordinated stuff. Okay. All right. I guess it could be color guard too.
And they're all wearing different colors. And
Sure.
they have like dodgeballs trying to throw balls into other nets, just like Hungry Hungry Hippo. So
Right.
that's what I thought of.
Yeah.
So can you tell me then what color guard actually is?
Yeah, it's really close to Hungry Hungry Hippos. It's flags with marching band, or like in parades.
But that's a sport.
Can you try on the helmet? That looks like that fits perfectly. So I'm gonna go with armored combat.
On a typical day, what did your training include?
Training, we do a lot of cardio, upper strength training,
My guess is rugby.
rugby.
You were in cheerleading because you did in high school, so it was a high school sport.
Okay.
And they need to have stocky, strong guys
Right.
to kind of be the base on it.
Hello. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Julia.
Can catch that for me, maybe. Can you hold the ball in one hand for me? And yeah, comfortably, yeah. And switch to the other hand real quick.
What? Why didn't you ask her to dribble? There was something.
How tired do you feel?
Moderately tired.
Moderately tired. Probably has decent endurance. I'm gonna go with soccer.
Did you spend a lot of time of your training outside or inside?
50-50, but I think the majority would be outside.
Outside. Gonna say tennis.
Hi. How's it going? I'm Craig.
Casey.
Casey?
I think she's a cheerleader.
Okay, I had him picked right out of the gate. My initial impulse is Circus arts. In your life, have you moved a lot?
Yes.
Done.
Can you do a handstand?
I can do a handstand.
I'm just gonna guess cheerleading.
Based on?
I would say your build.
Have you been injured doing your sport?
Not really.
No. Have you been hurt?
Yeah.
Okay. Is injured and hurt different?
I consider injured going to the hospital.
Okay, all right. So you haven't gone to the hospital, but you've got
What?
hurt doing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go with armored
Those words are synonyms to me. What?
combat.
Let's see. How long have you been playing your sport?
Only a few months.
Only a few months? How long have you known about this sport?
A few months.
Oh wow. I kind of want to go with armored combat for you.
But didn't you already give that one away?
I did give that one away.
What does your training usually consist of?
Some cardio, light weightlifting. It's pretty lax.
More finesse?
Yeah.
Okay, light cardio. Honestly, thinking some armored combat.
I would say he looks strong. Do you want to try and pick me up?
Sure.
Oh, you're a rugby player? Oh.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, me strong.
I'm Raphael.
Raphael? I'm Craig. Where are you from?
I'm from this area. Family's from Mexico.
Oh man. Oh shit. Soccer.
What are some stereotypes with your sport?
They're full of themselves.
Yes. I'm gonna give you water polo, mainly because of the chain.
The chain? It's an anchor and there's a Jesus on it.
I'm just gonna go with the anchor. That was like the first thing that caught my eye.
All right.
Because anchors.
Water.
Mystery salt.
Hi.
Hi.
How tall are you?
I'm 4'11".
4'11".
Yeah, I'm very, very short.
How often do you practice?
6 days a week.
6 days a week. How early are your practices?
4 a.m.
The fuck?
Let me see a quick twirl. You can put the flag down now.
Did you get into it on your own accord? Did your friends or your family get you into it?
I got recruited.
You got recruited.
Could you catch a tennis ball with one hand? No. Okay. I'm gonna remove tennis off the list.
Yeah, let me see. Can you do a cheer move for me? Maybe a little cheer?
Yay! Let's go!
Gonna have to go with cheerleading.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with color guard.
Why?
Because somebody's gotta be on the color guard. Okay?
Who did Masha guess correctly?
Oh god.
Oh man.
Not a single one, I figured.
I got 2!
Okay, close your eyes, no peeking. And everybody, go ahead and grab your gear.
Oh my god.
Okay. Okay. Wait, what is that? What is that? I don't think I would have guessed most of these. I think that was right. I definitely thought that was right. Yeah, the circus guy, I think everyone knew except the other one.
Son of a no! Oh man, I had that just horrible feeling creep up my spine. I'm like, am I just talking trash to the guy who's
You were.
Yeah, so the sport I do is color guard.
So how'd you get into it?
My sister was in marching band.
Okay.
And so I would be forced to go to football games and watch her, and she played clarinet, and I wasn't watching that. And my high school had a color guard team, so I joined them, and I've been doing it ever since.
Okay.
So is it like competitions, meets, and everything?
Yeah, performed at the professional level, toured the country, competing, have competed internationally.
I didn't even know about this.
So,
damn.
yeah.
Oh damn, that's cool.
So this is how you unravel it. And this is how you hold it still.
Should I ask you to twirl a flag?
It's water polo.
I was not gonna guess that.
You really caught me off guard because I played water polo too. When you were switching hands, you were kind of playing off cool. I was hoping to see like a nice.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah. So how'd you get into water polo?
My sister's friends did it. I was honestly just looking for a sport to do.
So you started in high school?
Yeah, I started my freshman year.
Oh nice. Are you gonna continue in college?
I don't think my college has water polo, so unfortunately not.
Oh, that's sad.
I know it is.
And then how deep is the pool when you guys do it? Is it like you guys are standing in it? Okay.
You're technically not allowed to touch the bottom, so you are treading water the entire time.
Oof. Okay. Oh, that sounds brutal.
Somewhat.
I'm not a very good swimmer, so the whole sport sounds just awful to me. But.
So
I'm a circus artist.
Okay.
So these are called canes.
Got it.
Where you do handstands on them. So.
Oh shit.
Do you think that the majority of people out there would assume?
That's crazy. Oh my god. So he can do the thing where you're like on like a light post, just like sideways. Oh my god. Incredible. Amazing.
Circus arts is a sport.
I guess if you consider if there's a win-loss situation as a sport, or what do you consider a sport exactly?
Walking in here, I'm thinking that like a sport is gonna have to have like a ball, or it's gotta have like physical contact.
Sports have to have balls. Brug.
That's where where my head was at.
All right.
So
okay.
God, I figured. I immediately it clicked in my head when you said like a year and a half ago you just started getting into it and you hadn't heard about it before. What got you into it?
I saw people doing a demonstration and fighting.
Oh, wow.
And I wanted to do that really bad. It's a childhood dream of having armor and
being a knight.
Yeah.
So now you can compete you'll start competing and
I
stuff.
can get beat up by everybody, yeah.
No, you gotta beat people up, that's the goal.
It is a goal, yeah. But there's a lot to learn. It's a huge learning curve. Fighting people that have been doing this for decades. Yeah.
Wild. Do you have something I can hit him with? Yeah, can I do a headshot?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, here we go. It shook my wrist more than it probably hurt him. That's wild.
So I was the cheerleader.
How did you get into that? By the way?
They were just like recruiting. I was a diver originally, and I kind of wanted something like add to it because diving is an individual sport, and so I figured this would be a great way to meet a lot of people. And so I figured, why not?
Let's see some of your moves.
Yeah, I can do a backflip.
Hey. Yeah!
So let's hold a high V, step back with one, and then kick it straight up, and then switch to the other. Now I don't do those kicks, but the girls do.
Okay. So you're the row. Hey, you're not the cheerleader. You're the rower.
I'm the
crew.
rower. I'm with crew. Well, I'm on a men's team.
Oh wow.
I'm not one of the rowers. I'm what they call a coxswain. So I'm the 9th person in the boat. I'm the one steering. I'm yelling. I'm in charge of everybody. They all have to listen to me. I yell at them quite a bit because everyone needs to be doing the same thing at the same time, or could potentially be very dangerous. Bring one arm up! Come on, boys, let's go! Bring up the pace, let's get it! Let's go! Come on, boys, let's get it! Together, stay together! Let's go! Get off your ass! Come on! This is nothing!
Okay, all right, okay.
She's terrifying. Oh god, she's terrifying. She's gonna join the military. She's gonna be a fucking drill instructor.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What'd you learn today?
Every time I come out and see everybody here, I always am kind of exposed to new and cool things and interesting people, and today was no different.
Come on, boys! Let's go!
What does it take to become a professional cheesemonger? As a cheesemonger,
Cheesemonger.
off the cheese, take care of the cheese, and represent the cheese.
I'm gonna teach you all about cheese.
Wow, oh, this is so satisfying.
Yeah, it's so therapeutic.
We are gonna make cheese.
I just made cheese by myself.
And then you're gonna serve it.
Done. You know what? I think it's cheddar, and I will double check that before I serve to Michelin star chef.
Today we're gonna be mongering some cheese. There are a few things that distinguish humans from other animals. Morality, abstract thought, cultural creation, and of course, cheese. Today we are going to train with cheesemongers. We are going to learn the intricacies of different flavors. And at the end of the day, they're going to have to create their own pairing menu to serve to incredibly esteemed chefs. This is all poison to me. I have a very delicate chew belly. So joining us today, we have our ringers, Jared Popkin and Rainey Toll.
Hi, I'm Jared Popkin. Pop is home, bitch is back. I love all cheese. I am easy to please with the cheese. You know what I'm saying?
I'm Rainey Toll, and we are in. Wait, what was the second question? I'm thinking cheese is easy word. And then monger, I just looked up. It's somebody who sells and trades cheese. It's gonna be, there's a pallet of cheese, and I'm gonna say, I think you'd like this one.
My name is Vanessa Talaka Kalb. I'm a head cheesemonger, or the head cheese, at Agnes Restaurant and Cheesery.
What is a cheesemonger?
Oh, well, a monger is somebody who trades or deals in certain goods And so I trade or deal in cheese. You are going to be doing a pairing for my husband Thomas, who is the chef here, as well as a Michelin-starred chef,
Michelin.
and then
We love doing that.
and a sommelier.
So we're going to cheese school.
Yes.
Is there a bus?
Yeah, let's get on it.
Bye, Mom. Going to cheese school.
So we're here in the cheesery. We have the different types of
cheesery.
cheeses that you're gonna be tasting today. I've made a little spread for you all to snack on.
Now, I won't be able to taste the cheese, so I'm really relying on.
I'm so very glad that they're so cheesy with all of their little phrases. The head cheese, the cheesery. It's adorable.
The two of you to describe the notes that you're tasting.
The way we taste is most mild to the most full body. And so we're gonna start off with Moses Sleeper, which is a cow's milk, brie camembert-esque from Vermont. This is a pasteurized milk and traditional rennet. Do you guys know what rennet is?
No
and
idea.
how it's used in cheese making? It is from the fourth stomach of the offspring of the animal. And so
The fourth
yes,
stomach?
cheese is not actually vegetarian because it does use an animal byproduct. They chew all the grass and the food.
Yo, what? Hey, yo, what the fuck? Yo, I didn't know this at all.
And then it travels through
to the
fourth stomach,
Okay.
and then the fourth stomach is used to coagulate. So rennet is a coagulant.
I didn't want to know that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Cheese might be ruined for me. Oh my god.
I don't want to think that it's part of the stomach.
I'm gonna go on to the next cheese.
Yeah.
We have Foxglove from Indiana. This one is also pasteurized cow's milk, and this one is a vegetarian rennet. This is the category where people tell me they don't like pungent cheeses. So if you smell it first, it smells like old socks and toe jam.
Toe jam. Oh my.
This one? This one right here?
There's
the
also
orange?
something to the cross section here where it's like hard within this gooey center that once you say toe jam, it does make me not want to eat it.
Oh yeah, that's old socks. I'm picking that up for sure. Yeah, that's old socks. Whoa, that's sharp. I love it. It's
Wow.
Whoa, it changes on the butt.
Everybody has to try that in their life. I feel alive.
Yeah, that woke me up. That was like a smelling salt. Woo! There's like a creaminess.
What one was this? Camembert, I think?
A softness to it, and then it weirdly becomes very milky.
The energy just shifted in the room. Yeah, I'm gonna eat the cheese.
Oh my gosh.
Here's the thing, is that I'm not lactose intolerant, I'm allergic to dairy. Theoretically, I
No,
am not
lactose intolerant people are always doing this. They're
I'm not lactose intolerant. I never said I'm lactose intolerant.
It actually will be fine. It'll be totally
No,
fine.
no, no,
I'm just
it
gonna
won't
do
be
I'm just gonna
fine.
do it.
My nose started running.
The flavor changes once you swallow. And when you swallow, there is this like pungent bitter. Oh, my hands stink.
It's kind of weird, like.
We start off with mild, and then we go into more robust and hard, goat, sheep, cow, all over the world.
I feel like you need like a palate cleanser in between.
And try to figure out how much I can change and introduce to people mongering awesome cheese.
It's sharp, but then it's mellow at the end.
And a little bit of sweet at the
And
end.
it does have a cracker in it. It's like a little it's like Pop Rocks, a tiny itty bitty bit, microdose Pop Rock in the cheese.
And then after we're going into Brabander, which is the goat's milk Gouda from the Netherlands.
It's smooth.
It's smooth and sweet. There's like a bite to it, and then there's like a little bit of a sweetness.
I'm very mad because
amazing.
I tell myself that I don't miss this, and then your mouth goes, oh, there you are, Peter, and you eat it, and you're like, F***. I do have regrets
Sweet
about
cheese.
trying it at all.
Oh, sorry.
Aww, he liked it so much that he doesn't want it?
It's
Yeah.
better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all.
Yeah, you say that.
Beautiful, Rainey.
And then lastly, we always finish with the robust, which is a blue cheese. This is Bleu de Bocage from France.
I thought it was gonna be the sharpest. It's just creamy.
This is really mild.
More of a mild blue cheese.
And then how does the blue part change the flavor?
The mold or the bacteria makes it a little bit sharper, a little piquant and spicy.
I'm getting the spice to it.
I wonder if you can dissuade me of this thought. Milk is for babies and it's for cow babies, and then we take it and we churn it up and we make it into a little thing for us. That's weird.
Yeah.
To you.
Cows make more milk than their babies need. The first couple weeks are the most nutritious for their offspring, and it is actually the worst milk to make for cheese. So it works out, they get the most nutrition from the mother in the beginning, and then they get weaned off, and then you can continue to milk. Cows actually lactate for about 300 days.
Cows lactate for 300 days of the year?
Yeah, I heard that the Italian Tour de France team keeps little nuggets of Parmigiano Reggiano in their back pocket because it's energy, it's carbs, it's fat.
Is that
right
legal?
in there.
Is that bike legal? Street legal?
I heard the chemistry changes when you turn milk into cheese, and it makes what's called casomorphine, which is
God, imagine the smell though.
Is an opioid, which is why when you eat cheese, you feel better.
It's a drug.
Yes.
It's cheese drug.
Yes, cheese is
More
a
drug. Gotta get some.
Call me an addict, baby.
Let's cut some cheese.
Personally, I find harder cheeses to cut easier, and that's usually the cleanest as well. Once you get soft cheeses on it, the wire becomes a little bit messy. I'm right-handed, so I'm going to cut and hold the wire with my right hand, and you hold it just like a bow and arrow, and then you want to pull straight back like a bow and arrow. If you tilt your arm down, you can hurt your wrist, and there's actually cheese injuries. I was cutting so much cheese that I actually got tennis elbow.
Wow, really?
Yeah. So what you want to do is pull the wire up to the cheese, and you have to hold this side down or else the whole box will come up at you, and then you just pull straight back.
That was perfect.
And then you get,
that was really beautiful.
This is probably 1/4 pound. You line up the nose again, pull the wire up to it, and you want to like make sure you have a notch. And then you get a beautiful cut.
Go, Rainy,
so
go.
line up the nose, and then make sure the back is gonna go somewhere.
Yay, this is harder than it actually looks.
That is a big fucking piece.
She loves cheese, all right?
Back. You're doing it.
It's just gonna be curved.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Yay.
Well done.
Straight back. Pull
Straight back. No, don't go down because you can get that tunnel thing.
Yeah.
Actually harder than it looks. But really therapeutic. I love it. Should I be a cheesemonger? You guys hiring?
Yeah. Come on.
Pull straight back.
It does look really satisfying. She made it look super easy because obviously, you know, she's doing it all the time.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, this is so satisfying.
Yeah, it's so therapeutic. Yeah. It's like amazing. Good slice, Zach.
That's a slender one.
That's
It
a
is
lean
very
piece.
nice lean piece. Wow. You can take that home and put it on a sandwich.
I can't.
Frame it.
Look at this. You said that the soft cheeses are easier or harder?
Harder, but
Why?
you're welcome to try.
So here's a nice soft cheese, which I would assume is easy.
It's easier to cut, but it's messier. So you
Well,
get the
pretty
wire.
pro to me.
Yeah. But
Well
look at that.
done, dude.
Beautiful cut.
Am I a fucking cheesemonger?
Ooh. You can buy this for
How do you even clean that out? You need like a power washer.
$1,000 from me.
Oh, mine's the worst for sure. So I'll sell it to you for $500.
Let's make some cheese.
We're gonna make ricotta. We're starting off with Strauss milk and the Strauss buttermilk. So essentially all cheese making is curdling milk. Curdling is separating the curd from the whey. So milk in its state is a liquid form. You add the acid as you heat up the milk, and then it will separate. What you're gonna do is heat up the milk. You're gonna heat it up to 175. So we're gonna do a low and slow. If you heat up milk too fast, you risk scorching it. It has to reach a certain temperature in order for the coagulant to work, or else it will not curdle properly.
Here's the problem is she said slow and low, but I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
And then once you're close to that temperature, because it'll continue to carry over, I would say to lower the temperature a little bit and then get your buttermilk ready.
I see mine kind of coagulating.
No way.
It shouldn't yet, you haven't added acid.
It's not coagulating, Jared.
Okay. Oh, I'm at 160. Time for the salt. Oh, my buttermilk, my salt is in. We've
Is
gone
it-
fast and furious.
It's curdling.
Yeah, it's curdling.
Is it holding at 175?
I'm trying my best.
All right, let's set a timer. For 20 minutes, it has to hold at 175.
Convincing
Yeah, it's
myself that
curdling.
I'm seventh
It's
generation
crazy.
cheesemonger.
Look at that. Barely in time at all. We got curdles.
We got curdles.
Uh-oh. Curdle alert.
Curdling. She curdling.
Curdle alert.
And she's reaching her full form.
What often would happen if you're like, we're supposed to be at 175 and somebody didn't really listen and they were at like 185, 190?
If it was regular cultures, you would kill the culture.
I'm not trying to kill culture. I'm trying to bring culture to the neighborhood.
Oh, I think it's getting into its boil era.
20. Oh.
Cheese making is like a labor of love. There's a lot of like,
labor of
if
frustration.
you can't just set it and forget it, you have
Yeah.
to like be there to
You gotta
baby
check
it.
in.
Yes.
You gotta think about her. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of like that.
Once you separate that curd, which is what you're gonna do when you strain it out, you have the cheese. This is a fresh cheese, so it should be eaten in about a week.
Wow, it smells really good.
Yes.
I just made cheese by myself.
Wow, we made cheese.
Ooh.
My cheese is looking very crumbly.
I have to say my cheese smells really nice. It's pretty grainy. It's very small pieces, very fine.
I'm feeling fantastic right now. I feel like I've made cheese for multiple lifetimes and then I just realized.
Oh, I mean, Zach, what do you think you were doing in a past life?
Cheesemonger in a past life. God, I love cheese. Oh, this looks so fun.
No?
I don't know. Whatever I did, I'm clearly getting punished for it in this one. So y'all are about to go head to head in the final mongering battle. So we have a 3-course cheese tasting menu.
6 minutes each and a budget of $50 each to shop for whatever it is you would like to pair. Remember that one of your 3 cheeses is the ricotta that you made.
Okay.
And then you get 2 other cheeses from the case.
6 minutes on the clock. Mongers, are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Get mongin'.
Okay.
Jared makes a run to the back of the grocery store while Rainey tiptoes around.
This is going to be what the budget is about, okay? So instead of doing a whole bottle, I'm obviously gonna do a chilled red.
What is this?
Oh my
Black
god.
truffle salami.
Okay, rosé and Pinot Noir is obviously gonna be good.
Now, in your mind, do you two know what cheeses you're going pairing first as opposed to cheese first?
Oh.
Why is the Pinot Noir chilled? I hate that. Do not chill red wine. Gross.
Oh, we go cheese. We pick the cheeses.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Okay, can I have the red rock? An unforgettable bright cheddar with earthy hints of blue. Yum, great with burgers. So you know what? That's gonna go with my red wine. Mustard is also gonna be with the cheese. We're
I
gonna
love
be
mustard.
making a hamburger sort of situation.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, oh my god.
I would like to do some Saint Germain as well, please. Saint Germain me. And then some salami.
And then can I have the Lenora?
Can I do the
Grassy.
Gruyere 1655?
This has a fish on it, so I'm assuming it's gonna be sort of
That's my two.
earthy. And then we're gonna need a little grass. That's gonna be chocolate. Chocolate's gonna be really good. Earl Grey. This is it. This is gonna be the winning. You know what? This is gonna be probably cheap. Maybe.
This just looks fun. I don't know if the taste is gonna be good. I'm taking it because it looks fun. Look, it looks like a little Italian, little French house on the hills.
The earth, I think I'm gonna do a macro pate. How much is this? $8.
Oh, no.
So that's very affordable.
How much is this little wrap?
Very affordable. $72. Oh no. Oh no.
Raspberry jam.
The small one should be 10. It's
Okay, $10. So it's
you need
here's the thing.
nuts
10
or crackers.
Yes,
or chocolate.
$50
$50
isn't
is
enough.
just not enough.
$50 is not enough. 45 seconds.
Oh,
Cheddar.
can we share?
Can we share?
We gotta share.
We need nuts. We need nuts. Not the right nuts.
What are they?
Chocolate pecans, mocha. I thought I was just grabbing pecans.
This is yours.
Yeah.
What's this?
This is different cheeses?
Yeah, you asked for the Saint Germain and then the 1655.
Totally forgot about that. Yeah.
Here we go. It's game time.
Dude, cut that cheese. Come on.
Come on, cut
Come
that up.
on. Cut that cheese. Come on. Wow.
Cracker on cracker. 1, 2, 3 for each guest judge.
What goes into your decision-making process of creating pairings?
Because I'm a cheesemonger, I always pair the cheese. So I taste the cheese and it's either, where did this come from? For us, we have a saying that what grows together goes together. So a Loire Valley goat cheese will go very well with a Loire Valley white wine, so a Sancerre or a Sauvignon Blanc.
This will need to explain your cheeses and your pairings.
Okay, well, I don't remember anything that was said about this cheese, but good thing that I don't
even
taste
remember what
it
this
and
cheese
just be able to describe it.
Here's the thing, even if I don't know what I'm presenting, I'm gonna present the hell out of it. I'm gonna give it my all.
Are you doing the sommelier thing where you eat cheese and you go, the cow was sad?
No.
Okay.
The cheese is very seasonal. If there's no grass out on their fields, the cows are not milking because it does affect the flavor of the milk as well. You can tell the difference between a summer milk versus a winter milk. The flavor and the color of the cheese are very different. And so that also depends on when you're trying to pair something, what flavor profile are you looking for?
Done.
Wait.
You know what?
Summer or winter milk changes the color? I'm learning so much.
But I think it's a cheddar, probably. I think it's cheddar, and I will double check that before I serve to Michelin star chef.
So I went with 2 cheeses that I remembered from our trial samples, but one is the Gruyere or whatever it is, and then the other one is another one we tried earlier that I have to remember before I display it for my judges.
This is actually gonna be a mackerel pate. Is it something that I would like to try? No. It sounds kind of disgusting, but it does sound fancy, and I think that judges with sort of an advanced palate are gonna love it.
I think all the judges are gonna have a pretty advanced palate.
Oh.
Why would you serve something that you don't want to eat?
Well, can I spend valuable money on it? It's gonna be the mush plate. They might love it though.
What cheese goes with that?
Oh, my ricotta. Well, this is sort of the leftover plate, to be honest. It's the two things I'm less excited about. Maybe if I use your jam on this plate, it'll tie it all together.
Jam it up.
Jam it up. But that's okay. It's okay, you know what? Because I feel good enough about these 2 plates that it doesn't even matter if that plate is bad. Okay.
Plate number 2.
I honestly didn't know in these videos that there was such a time limit. Like, I did not think that the time limit was a big part of Try Guys. Oh my God, this is so messy. This is the special part. This is the rinds. This is actually the stomach of the cow. So.
Oh. 1 minute. Jesus Christ.
You know the time limit.
Good Lord.
I know it's real.
Enough ricotta for 3 people.
Yeah, I just want to be safe.
And then we got this. Oh, and then this. Okay. Oh my gosh. Chocolat. Chocolat. Very carefully now. This is very important. Okay.
Wait, I need that jam.
6, 5, 4, 3.
Oh God, what are you doing? Oh God.
Hands up.
And ta-da.
I don't get any jam for this one.
I'm Andrew Merritt. I'm the wine director here in Los Angeles for Gwen and Maud. Been a sommelier for 18 years. Worked in 1, 2, and 3 Michelin star restaurants, and I still love it.
Hi guys, I'm Monique. I'm a 2 Michelin starred pastry chef, and I think the most I can say about my wine qualifications is that I once tasted the same wine as Rihanna, so obviously I have great taste, equal to the years of training that Andrew has.
I'm Thomas Tawaka-Kalb. I'm the executive chef here, and when I go shopping for cheese, I just step into the cheesery in the front. So I get to know all the cheeses that Vanessa works with, and yeah, worked in Chicago, San Francisco, and now LA.
I'm Zach Kornfeld. I felt left out, and so I'm here.
Impressive.
Jared Rainey, you have 3 pairing courses for us that you're gonna be presenting to the judges. We're gonna do them one at a time. You're gonna present your cheese and pairing. I believe there's wine as well as some accoutrement. You're gonna talk us through your decisions, and we'll let you know what we think.
Hello, how are you guys? This plate is called the American Dream. It is a
The presentation really, it leaves something to be desired.
cheddar with blue, so it's giving a little bit of red, white, and blue.
Better in blue. Ugh.
We also have a warm traditional mustard, and
blue.
it's the patriarch of the family that I'm going to be presenting to you today. So it's the Proud Papa. The cheese is actually from Wisconsin when they expanded westward.
And Rainey, I noticed you decided to only give just 3 crackers. So, so each person gets 1 bite of cracker and then you're cut off.
To be completely honest, Zach, I didn't know you were going to be here.
Esteemed fellow cheesemongers, I give you a day on the farm. This you will find a Saint Germain cheese. I'm sure you're familiar, very good cheese. A Toscano salami, a wafer cracker for each of you, as well as a whole grain mustard to give it that extra kick. You're welcome. This should feel like a day on the farm mixed with a day of jumping out of a plane, but you have a parachute.
Speaking of the farm, what kind of milk is used to make the cheese?
I'm very happy you asked. The kind of milk we were using to make the cheese is very pure milk. It's a whole milk. The cows were never stressed once in their life. The goats were never stressed once in their life. They were around very friendly cows, and they were delicious, you know, and they lived old, good ages.
I'm a little surprised by the mustard on the cheese. Is that working for us?
I will say that the mustard's a little overwhelming. It just, you taste a lot of the mustard.
That's true.
I feel like mustard's gonna work better on the next one because there's also the Toscano.
Right.
But for as far as cheese and mustard goes, this is a pretty good cheese to put with mustard, I think. It's pretty intense, a lot of flavor.
Solid pairing, nothing super profound about it, but not a miss.
Not profound, but not a miss. The American dream. Let's move on to Jared's plate. I like the little structure that he's built.
Yeah, Lincoln Logs over here.
Yeah, it looks like
Points
Stonehenge.
for presentation.
And this one doesn't have a beverage pairing.
Yeah, no
So
beverage.
it's-
Yeah, no pairing.
Okay,
so
let's go with
water.
water.
We're excited about the water.
Yeah, so
pairing
first
here.
take a swish of water.
So the goat's milk is really mild, but it's got a long-lasting flavor profile to it. I really enjoy it by itself.
Yeah, not as effective with the mustard. The mustard's really overpowering the subtlety of this goat cheese.
Well, I think that the salami, because it's got a little bit coarser grind and has larger fat, it works really, really well with the cheese.
I mean, from what you're telling me about the cheese, I imagine this is just gonna bulldoze that flavor.
I think they actually go well together.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm bulldozing the
Gently.
Gently,
bringing them
yes.
together. Round 2, hello.
Hello.
Wow.
Spain, actually, in the 1970s, that's where she originated from, but she was brought to America early.
Wait. It skips bar.
Choice. It's been aged beautifully with wafer crackers on each end, a Heidi's raspberry jam to give it that sweet little kick, along with the mocha pecans, which I think will taste lovely with your choice of red.
This is Lenora. She's the hippie wife of the American Dream. She is from Spain, actually. In the 1970s, that's where she originated from, but she was brought to America early on in her life. You're definitely gonna wanna eat her with the curd on the outside because that is the fourth stomach of the cow, of the goat. Yeah, because it is a goat's cheese. There is a dark chocolate with Earl Grey because although Lenora is tangy, she also has like earthy notes. The wine is from California. Okay, that was a really cool swirl
Thank you very much.
that you just did. I liked that.
I love cheese and chocolate, so I'm really excited.
You want the whole plate to go together. So even if you're choosing your own adventure, whatever combination you stumble upon, it should all work together.
It's mild, I think. I think the Earl Grey and the chocolate is really strong. And so
The Earl Grey is really strong in the
Right.
chocolate, and there is definitely bergamot.
It's well tempered. I mean, that's a huge part of cheesemongering, right?
Yeah, so how do those two go together?
It's a fun combination of textures and flavors. Yeah, but it works really well. I mean, it bounces. It's like a game of Pong.
I love the childlike, playful stacking of the blocks. It's a lot
yeah,
of
it's
fun.
fun. I love this pairing.
Yeah, this one's
I
solid.
think it's delicious.
Yeah, I mean, this would be an awesome dessert cheese board, right before dessert. I love salty and sweet together. You know, you get the sweetness of the raspberries, the saltiness of the Gruyere. It's progress on both plates. Like
Yeah.
it's a step in a better direction than the last round. So it's improving. They're improving. They're thinking about it.
All right, well, as we enter the final round, we are neck and neck. Who's gonna take it? Oh, I'm so excited.
All right.
Mongers, are we ready? Round 3. This is the
Oh, here we go.
ricotta round.
around.
Generous amount of ricotta.
Someone had to stop me. I thought I had to put it all on there.
Okay, we have to start here, Rainey, because what?
Mmm, yummy.
What?
Ooh, so that's gonna be the youngest child named Bernie.
Still going with this. Okay, cool.
He likes to live off the land like his mama, but he's a very pronounced flavor like his father. It's gonna be a mackerel pate.
Mackerel.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Yum.
Holy mackerel.
Holy mackerel. And then it's gonna have a ricotta house-made. Uh-oh.
Esteemed fellow cheesemonger charcuterie masters, I give you a homemade ricotta. Pretty pumped on that. You can pair that with the wafer cracker you see in front of you, that raspberry jam. I'm sure you loved it the first time. I wanted to bring it back with that Toscano salami, really to make it authentic.
So this is the same stuff, but now ricotta.
It'll feel different.
Where do you want to start?
I gotta get it out of the way. Let's go mackerel.
The Redux or the kids' plate?
I want cat food.
I'm all for tinned fish. I love mackerel. I love these fatty tinned fish. I'm just curious with the cheese.
It's really giving cat food. My cat, Cooper, used to eat Friskies. Shout out Friskies.
Yeah, the plating on this one leaves a little bit to be desired.
You're so nice, Monique. This is a textural nightmare. This is just a mush factory. Now I noticed that Rainey's cheese has less big curds compared to Jared's. Now mine were perfect. Unfortunately, they're not here. What do you think there?
Yeah, I think that might have been the agitating.
She was pretty agitated, for sure.
It's possible she could have stirred it quite a bit.
She's f***ing with us, right? I'll tell you as someone who's just having the pate, boy oh boy could it use some cheese.
I don't even know about that. Like they're the same texture, but they're also different water contents. Yeah. So they don't actually even come together like in your mouth.
The mackerel is dry, dry and mealy. It's really
and then the ricotta is
awkward.
very wet.
I would have really liked the mustard with this. I think the mustard coming back. I wish there was still some around.
The cheese itself shockingly tastes like nothing. It tastes
I
like
was surprised as well.
Perhaps a little too low, a little too slow.
I'm not an expert in making it, but it didn't. The end result is not very favorable.
Yeah, I think leaving the pate in the tin would have helped her aesthetically.
And on that note, this plating is really, I feel like it's very attractive.
This is more,
It makes you want to just grab.
Yeah, this feels abundant.
It's a cloud of ricotta.
Jared's ricotta is by far superior. There's a lot more flavor there. Pairing is good. It doesn't take a lot of imagination. It's pretty straightforward. But
now, how do we feel about the fact that it is the same pairing that he already gave you?
I don't love this pairing. I think it feels like it's missing something.
What I would love to see with such a mild cheese and something that has a lot of moisture is something that's a little salty, like a really thinly shaved prosciutto.
We have hard and safe for soft and bold. Clearly Jared had the better cheese, but perhaps Rainey took some more risks and more interesting flavor pairings. This kind of comes all down to this.
Rainey and Jared, you guys did a really good job today.
Wow, yeah.
You guys took us on an unbelievable journey. Some twists and turns in the ride, but overall really pleasant and enjoyable. Thank you.
For people who came in today and didn't know much about cheese and pairing and how to build a plate like that, I think you did a really wonderful job.
Rainey, thank you for your first pairing. That was really great. Jared, the cutting of the cheese, it was a little hefty on the rind to paste ratio. So Rainey, you took round one.
What is rind to paste ratio?
You had too much rind.
To the cheese.
Yes, yeah.
For round two, you guys, I think this is where you both shone. What edged it out in your favor, Jared, was just the choice of cheese and your very well selected accoutrement.
All very intentional.
Round three was definitely bold and interesting pairings. Jared, yours was very generous and we really enjoyed seeing a big pile of food. And Rainey, obviously, we had the tinned fish, which was an extremely bold choice. and a lot of fun.
Only one monger can be our top monger. Both of you showed a lot of promise today. Honestly, it was really cool doing this. There's a lot more to cheesemongering than I expected. Thank you for taking us through the flavors, the thought, the depth. But there can only be one top monger. Both of you brought a lot today. Your verbal flourish, the presentation.
Should I just run away to the Midwest and learn how to make cheese?
Really, this could have gone either way, but tie goes to the curd. Congratulations, Jared Popkin!
Wait, me? Oh! Wow!
Good game, good game. You earned it.
At the end of the day, your ricotta was just a little more curdy.
I was going fast and the furious, but I was doing it with care.
Yes.
Wow, I didn't expect to win. I didn't even realize there was a winner.
Jared Popkin, you are the top cheese.
Is this what cheese people do?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
I think this cloth is called a dairy cloth. No?
I think it's called a bug net.
You guys have never heard of a cheesecloth?
Fearsome warriors, powerful druids, and flashy plaid clothing. That is what most people know about the ancient Celts of Europe.
Fuck,
But
I'm tired. I'm really tired. Not too long looking at billionaire family. We all make mistakes. Thank you for being here and hanging out with me while I did that. I will be back tomorrow. I will. Have a good night. Take care of yourself. Water. Have a good one.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little. Holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it. You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a fucking horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little. Holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. So fucking disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. Shit, dude. I just, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude.